Members, the committee is resumed on the Health and Safety at Work Amendment Bill. When we were considering the bill last night, we were debating Part 1. This is the debate on clauses 3 to 31, amendments to Health and Safety at Work Act 2015 and Schedules 1 and 2. Once again, the question is that Part 1 stand part.
Yes.
Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for her fulsome answers last night. It's good to hear some of those rationale, but before we leave Clause 4, I do have a couple of questions that I want to ask, and it does go back to just asking a further follow-up on the answer that the Minister gave about ACC last night, because, as I said, one of my amendments does bring ACC into it because of the what we've heard around the potential of the rising costs. The Minister said that ACC last night said that ACC gave advice or made comment on the bill but didn't give any costed figures. I know that that was something that we tried to get ACC to come to select committee, but I think that got voted down, that recommendation, which I am surprised about, because I think we need to hear more fulsome replies or comment around the potential of this. I really want to have an understanding of why we didn't get some sort of costings from ACC, whether that was because they weren't asked, because we weren't able to ask that in select committee, or whether that was just an oversight, because it does concern me that we don't know that information. And that's, as I say, just in follow-up to last night. And there is another question I do want to ask about this, not ACC, but about this clause after that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just also following on from yesterday regarding clause 4. I just want to check, because I haven't received a response from the Minister regarding the shift in terms of only having one main focus. The Minister did kind of clarify between the purpose and the duty, but I do want to check with the Minister, because when something does happen, looking from a perspective of statutory interpretation, that the purpose clause is what sets the tone for the entire Act. And, you know, if it were challenged on whether PCBU has fulfilled their obligation, any lawyer will be drawing on the purpose clause. So I want to check from a statutory interpretation perspective if the Minister has considered what it would, the tangible effect of not having the remainder of clause of the section 3 to A to H as all being part of that same purpose. So I want to check with the Minister that I have an amendment which is 80001, which sort of combines all of these purposes into one, into a broader purpose, and that way all of these purposes, both in terms of section 3.1 and also 3.2, are considered on equal footing, which meant of more fulsome cover when it comes to health and safety. The other thing I want to check with the Minister, if the Minister would be interested, and these are my amendments 80002, 80003, is around the fact that in all of the work we've done with ACC and with, not with ACC, with WorkSafe, and in terms of the scrutinies, one of the things we consistently see is the disproportionate impact and injury ratio when it comes to Māori. So I wondered if, how is the Minister planning on, through the purposes, going to address some of that, and whether it would be prudent for us to include Te Tiriti o Waitangi as a part of the main purpose of this bill, either as part of the main purpose under Section 3.1 or as a secondary or a following purpose under Section 3.2, if that's something that the Minister would consider. And I think finally, I want to draw the Minister's attention to my amendment paper 80004, which essentially also, and I have further questions, Madam Chair, on this, which pertains to a later part of Part 1, but fundamentally we see certain obligations under the International Labour Organization Conventions, specifically Convention 155 and 187, which are which are mentioned in some of our trade agreements in particular, and I will be kind of discussing more about trade agreements when we're looking at the ACOP. So I want to check with the Minister if it is also wise under the purpose section, which sets the tone for the bill, that we should include our obligation, or to give effect to New Zealand's obligation under the International Labour Organization Conventions, including, but obviously not limited to, Convention 155 and 187.
The Honourable Giantinetti.
Madam Chair, before we leave this particular clause, I do want to just talk to the fact that this is the first time in the bill, in this clause, that the terminology of classifying risks as critical risks come up, and it comes up, can I just say, I'll just read out, it comes in clause 4, clause 7, 9, 11, 11A, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 32A, 33, 36, 37, 38, and in Schedule 2. And I just want to mention it here because, as I say, it is the first time that it comes up in the bill. And I don't want to confuse what I'm saying here with the definition of critical risk, which comes up in a different clause later on, or how you work out the definition. But I do want to say and ask a question. I do want to talk about that the bill proposes to classify risks as critical risks or non-critical and create different responsibilities on PCBUs according to which category of a risk it falls into. What we heard during Select Committee, and some of this has come up after Select Committee, which is why I'm asking it now. I've had people that have come in who are working tirelessly in the health and safety at work area, who have said this would be extremely complicated and expensive for business to administer, while also delivering worse health and safety outcomes around their responsibilities of categorising that risk. I guess my question, my question for the Minister is, has that been given enough consideration of what I'm hearing from business tell me since Select Committee of how complicated that is going to be? Why is that justification there, and how are businesses going to be supported in identifying that critical and non-critical risk? Again, I don't want to get into the classification or the definition so much because, Madam Chair, that does come in a later clause, and I would like to talk about that in the later clause, but I would like to just ask at this stage about support that businesses might or might not get, and also why that justification of that terminology has been used at this particular point.
I'm happy to take one. The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, in regards to Giantinetti's first point regarding Clause 4 and ACC, I do note this picks up on some of the comments I was making last night, that my officials advised me that it's not possible to cost the net impact of the changes in the same way it wasn't possible to cost the net impact of the changes for the 2015 Act, which is why it didn't exist then and it doesn't exist now, because potential costs of the health and safety system depend on business behaviour, individuals, ACC performance, the health sector performance amongst a wider range of variables. Health and safety doesn't act completely in a silo, but neither does ACC. And so we would actually expect a focus on the most serious risks to reduce costs from harm. To the contribution from Lawrence Yunnan in regard to Clause 4, he queried whether or not, or why we had a main principal purpose and then a subsequent purposes. Look, there is one main purpose and additional purposes, and the benefit of this is it provides a clear hierarchy to aid interpretation for anybody looking to follow the law, including the interpretation of the broader prospective principles of the new Section 3.3. And this is clearer than the current law because there are many aspects to the purpose with no hierarchy. And that kind of follows on then to his later contribution, talking about his amendment paper wishing to combine all the purposes rather than have a hierarchy. Look, I wouldn't be supporting that because the amendment paper would return the Act to the current mix of purposes that we already have. And the desire here is to prioritise risks, which means setting out that critical risks is the main purpose, and then there are subsequent purposes of the Health and Safety Act that follow from there. The other query he had is, should the Treaty of Waitangi be in the purpose? No, there's a simple answer. In part because the overall goal of the Health and Safety at Work Act is to reduce risk of workplace harm in general. It's not specifying any particular race or actually any need for the treaty. It's talking about the drivers of high injury rates, which are high for Māori, but that's not because people are Māori, it's because the industry that many Māori work in are harmful. And so addressing critical risks will address the level of harm for Māori people, but you don't need the treaty to do that. You can also just reduce risk by focusing on critical risk in industry where Māori are working, which are higher risk areas. But that will also reduce risk for people who are from Pacifica, ethnic communities and other Kiwi communities. We don't actually need a Treaty of Waitangi clause in order to reduce harm for Māori workers.
Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for those responses, Minister. I do appreciate them. But I think the point of clarification around my amendments is that Te Tiriti o Waitangi does in fact benefit everyone. And I think it's the tangible manifestation of that is what we'll see is a more equitable approach when it comes to health and safety for all. But what we're seeing right now is it hasn't actually happened, and I'm unsure. And looking at the regulatory impact statement as well as what has gone through Select Committee, whether that is something that could be achieved by having just one simple main purpose. But I guess we'll see once the bill gets implemented. Madam Chair, I want to move on to noting that other people may still have questions for Clause 4, but I want to move on to sort of Clause 7 and 8. And I want to start by Clause 8. And this is something that is has a lot of submitters in particular had a lot of concerns, and I wasn't a part of the committee, Select Committee for this particular bill, even though I'm the permanent member of the educational workforce, but I didn't partake in the consideration. One of the things that jumped out at me when I'm looking at the definition, for example, for small PCBU over here is two things, and I'll seek the Minister's clarification on. One of them is, what was the rationale behind having a small PCBU of having fewer than 20 workers? So, for example, I would understand when we're looking at small PCBU, particularly if you're looking at family businesses of, let's say, fewer than 3 workers or even 5 workers, that makes sense. 20 workers is actually quite, though possibly not to the size of Meta or Apple, but it's actually quite a sizable company. And it's actually quite a lot, about 25% of our businesses here in Aotearoa will be considered, will be captured by that. So a quarter will be captured by that. So I want to check with the Minister, why 20 workers? And is it appropriate to cut out 25% of our businesses so that way they don't have to fulfill certain requirements? Being my first question, and my second question on this, and I do have some follow-up question on this clause, Madam Chair, is the concern possibly around the 9-month mark, because there have been also submissions that certain industries will be able to manipulate or stack it in a way that, particularly some of the seasonal industries, of having it more, like having more staff for 3 months of the year during those peak seasons, and fewer for the rest of the 9 months. And therefore, overall, under this bill, they were considered as a small PCBU, while they, in fact, are not. And these also can be some of the higher risk industries where you do see a lot of injuries, particularly when it comes to seasonal work. So I want to check with the Minister on those two questions to start off with for Clause 8. So it could be, it's Clause 8, subclause 4, anything that's 3 to 5 within that.
On the ballot.
Madam Chair, it's my first time to be able to contribute to this committee stage on this bill, but I have been watching last night and this morning as well, so understand that we're now looking at Clause 7. And I did have some questions for the Minister around Clause 7, and I've tabled some amendments, and I know other colleagues as well have, focusing on the size of the PCBU and the impact that the size of the PCBU has on the clauses within this bill. So the Minister has indicated that there's a change from the impact of the health and safety legislation on smaller businesses. And I wanted to ask her if she could let us know the reason for deciding that small businesses were less dangerous than larger businesses, because that's essentially what is outlined in this particular bill. And obviously we use PCBU as a slightly larger type of organisation than just a business, but so I can use either term, small business or small PCBU. We know that a large majority of New Zealand businesses are actually small businesses, and a number of injuries are often felt in small businesses that don't have the same staffing and the same resources to be able to look at mitigating the effects of potential health and safety risks. So this is a huge issue in the bill. The amendment that I have tabled would delete the definitions of small PCBU and large PCBU, and that would essentially give the effect of having health and safety requirements applying despite the size of the organisation which someone worked for. But I have heard, and I apologise, I was not part of the Select Committee process into this, but I have heard the Minister comment publicly that there were some changes at Select Committee around looking at when there's a large PCBU and a small PCBU working side by side, which is defined in Clause 7, and stating that there would be some ability for the larger PCBU's health and safety requirements to impact on the small PCBU. So I wondered if she could explain that, if that is in fact the correct interpretation of that, but also the justification. And there is an outcome here if this bill does become law, that those who work for small businesses may be more likely to be injured at work, given that they don't have the same requirements for health and safety as larger businesses. So this is quite a key point in the bill. It's specifically outlined here in the changes in Clause 7, defining what those small PCBUs and larger PCBUs are. So I think I won't take my full call to ask that question, but I thought that it was important that if the Minister could please outline if there has been some changes, and if and the thinking behind this quite fundamental change in our health and safety system.
Happy to take a call.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you very much. Look, I will start firstly with Lawrence Yunan's contribution, talking about the rationale for fewer than 20 workers and how did we land on 20. Look, this threshold of 20 was advised to be used by officials as an accepted definition that currently exists under law of small business. It is used in the Employment Relations Act, and it has also been used in the past in the Health and Safety at Work Act. So it was already a definition that had been used. Then Camilla Ballich's contribution talking about do I believe that small businesses are less dangerous? No, I think that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of the law that sits before us, that if you're a big business or a small business, if you have critical risks, which are actions or risks that could likely lead to death or serious injury, you have to manage those, whether you're big or small. So there's nothing in this law that says just because you are small, you are inherently less risky. It is the case that when I was developing this policy, I thought of mining as one example, where it is possible that you could have some small mining operations that are inherently extremely risky. And so therefore, it just doesn't fit that the members' idea of how this bill is designed works, because it was intentionally designed so that small outfits, like a very small mining operation, could not be seen as inherently less risky. They also need to follow all the critical risks and all of the mining regulations that fall under the law. So whether you're big or small, it's actually to do with whether or not you have critical risks or actions or risks or harms that could lead to death or serious injury. What was really behind this is, and I haven't actually read the members' amendment paper in detail, but she talks about maybe it would be simpler if we got rid of the distinction between big and small, and I kind of in some ways agree, but I would hope that her amendment is going the other way and it's putting big businesses into the small category. So it's just everyone has to follow critical risks and not the other stuff, but I have a high suspicion that it goes the other way, in which case I won't be supporting that. But in part, the reason why I didn't extend the small business carve-out to all businesses is because I heard from some of the very, very large ones who've got lots of systems and lots of money and lots of resource, as well as some of the unions, that they didn't want change. They did actually want to manage everything down to a hot water tap. So we've done this for the small businesses who are resource constrained, but for the big ones, they can still manage all the risks as they currently do under the law now.
Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. When I hear those answers, I still weigh those up against people that have, since the Select Committee, have been coming to me, people like the Health and Safety Association of New Zealand, the people who are volunteers who come out of business and work in that space absolutely for no monetary reward whatsoever, but have been working in this space for 30 plus years because they want to make a difference in health and safety and have the most appropriate qualifications and experience, both in a regulatory level and on the front line level. And they still have concerns about this particular clause. And they see that there is a two-tier system. They see that the meeting that they asked to have with me last week is that they see that we are treating business and people differently. Now, in the departmental report and indeed in the legislative statement that was made for the second reading, the Minister's own statement, it said that people had misunderstood the Act. But they take exception with that because they see that this particular clause, and they have gone through it with a fine-tooth comb with their legal advisors as well, is going to create that two-tier level system. They have been in this, as I've said, for a long, long time. They state that they are not misunderstanding this. They have sought several legal opinions in this area, and they can only see that this is going to have negative outcomes for New Zealand because it will not meet that legal threshold of holding those smaller businesses to account. So I put it to the Minister and ask, is she absolutely confident that this is going to stand up in the court of law? This particular clause, that's 7 and 8, or the clauses I should say, 7 and 8, when people who have worked in this area are saying and getting legal advice from several different sources that it is not going to meet that legal threshold. I think for me, this is the crux of this whole bill in these two clauses that are of concern to the majority of people here because of what it is actually doing. And we've had people sort of say, no, that's not what the intent is. That doesn't matter when it comes to the legal interpretation of what this law is trying to do. And when you've got people that have worked in this area for quite some time, I have huge concerns, and I'm wondering if the Minister does too. I also just want to point out that with those people that have been to me, and it's not just that association that I mentioned, it's quite a number of people that have worked in this area for some time. I have actually made some amendments to Clause 8 that replaces 20 with 1, because they tell me that any time that you have more than one person working on the site, you have a huge health and safety issue that you have to be really cognizant of, particularly with critical risks for the member on the other side that's calling that out over there, who obviously doesn't understand this and hasn't had the same discussions that the rest of us have had. So those are my questions to the Minister. It really is about that legal threshold and the confidence that she has that this will uphold, because essentially, that is where people are seeing the huge issues with this bill.
Madam Chair.
I can answer.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, taking some of the contributions that I hadn't quite ticked off yet. So for Lawrence Sunan, he inquired about the purpose of potentially having ILO conventions within the law and how it interacts with our free trade agreements. The Convention 155 that he referred to is a high-level convention which imposes a general obligation on businesses to ensure safety as far as reasonably possible. And the purpose of this law already covers those requirements. There was also a concern about seasonal fluctuations for small PCBUs and the rationale behind how we landed at the 20 threshold. And ultimately, having the seasonal fluctuation for the 3-month period responds to real-world situations that I heard of while we were developing the law. And a good example of this would be industries such as the retail sector, who have a potential Christmas period that requires more workers, but at other times the workforce may be actually much smaller than they would have outside the Christmas period. And the businesses will be able to form a reasonable expectation of their workforce over 12 months based on their experience and knowledge of their industry. And he was also concerned whether people could manipulate the number of workers in order to be a small PCBU. It was something that we had considered in terms of, would people be able to have employees versus contractors, etc. But the bill refers to workers, so it's not possible to manipulate this through different employment agreements. Businesses can and do change their worker numbers all the time, and so if businesses do have fluctuating numbers, whether they are large or small, it really depends on the reasonable expectation of their workforce size over a financial year. Camilla Balich also inquired about how small businesses therefore will go about working with large businesses. And I do want to take a little bit more time talking about this one, because I note this came up quite a lot over the last few weeks, and there seems to be quite a misunderstanding that the Select Committee has in fact dealt with this issue. That there were concerns raised at the time, and I also had concerns that were brought to me, and I thought about this in a lot of detail, that yes, if you've got areas such as a construction work site where you have small businesses and you have large businesses interacting, you do want to ensure that there is a bit of simplicity on a work site. And so what has ended up happening in practice with the Select Committee's changes, which I also support, is that large businesses must cooperate with others on all risks. Small businesses must cooperate with others on critical risks and may voluntarily cooperate on non-critical risks. However, businesses remain free to enter contracts requiring cooperation on all risks. And so a large PCBU or a large business on a worksite can continue to impose their higher standards through contracts where it is appropriate. And so it does actually provide much more clarity that contract law still applies above and beyond a minimum standard in the law for anybody who might be worried about overlapping duties on construction work sites, although I do note it's possible on other work sites as well, but that's the main one that's been brought to my attention. And I believe that was a sensible change from the Select Committee. Jan Tinetti also inquired whether I'm confident that the bill or the law will stand up in court because of clauses 6, 7 and 8. And yes, I am confident because my officials have advised me it will stand up because the clauses are quite clearly drafted. It's my view that there are people who are opposed to the bill who are taking a more vibes-based approach to the bill than is actually written in legal drafting.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your responses, Minister. It does clarify some of my questions, but I do want to kind of follow on, Madam Chair, and this will be my last bit on Clause 8. Regarding the number for small PCBU, I acknowledge what the Minister said in terms of that it's something that Employment Relations Act uses and what previously maybe Health and Safety uses. But I want to kind of ask the Minister's clarity looking at page 15 of the Regulatory Impact Statement, and this is the one that's dated to the 20th of May 2025, that there were 4 options given in those when it comes to the definition for small PCBU. So I want to check, and I do correct myself, I thought I said 25% of business, but in fact 97% of New Zealand businesses have fewer than 20 workers, according to the Regulatory Impact Statement. So out of those 4 options, which is sole trader only 5, 10, 20, what is the rationale for the Minister to then land on 20 out of those 4 options? And in terms of the Minister's response for the 9-month and then whether workers are able to stack or employers able to stack it, the Minister mentioned that it's a reasonable expectation, but I also think this is where the problem is as the legislation is drafted, if an employer, a seasonal employer, let's say, could have 9 months of the year with fewer than 20, my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is then they are justified as a small PCBU, which means that for the 3 months when they have more than 20, they do not need to fulfill the additional requirement of what needs to be, that's appropriate for large PCBU. So for those 3 months, even though they have more than 20 workers, they can still, by definition, consider themselves a small PCBU. Is that a correct interpretation? And finally, just on this bit, on Clause 8, I want to check a couple of the amendments I had with the Minister, and I want to acknowledge the Honourable Jan Tinetti's amendment as well to limit it to 1, particularly to sole traders, which I think is an important one. My one, I guess, I want to first speak to my colleague Tiano Tuiono's amendment paper, so 80005, which is actually deleting this section because, again, from my conversations with my colleague Tiano Tuiono, his understanding from conversations with workers is that such definition is overall arbitrary and doesn't really need to be in place. So whereas my amendment papers 80006, I guess it's sort of more liberal than both the Honourable Jan Tinetti's and also my colleague Tiano Tuiono's amendment by reducing 20 to 3. I also want to check with the Minister on one of my other amendments, which I thought was an interesting one, and this potentially would help alleviate the concerns I have, which is PCBU being able to determine themselves on whether they consider themselves to be a small PCBU. And that's to do with Clause 8, Subclause 4, new Section 17, 4 and 5, which is the PCBU is a small PCBU if the PCBU reasonably expects. I think if we want to ensure the independence and transparency of this, rather than having the PCBU themselves determine this, which will be a conflict of interest, it might be wise to have the designated agency, which is a defined definition under the Health and Safety at Work Act, to determine that instead. So my amendment paper, which is 80008, changes the word from if the PCBU reasonably expects to if the designated agency reasonably expects. And that then takes out the conflict of interest and potentially protect the PCBU themselves. One final just thing I want to get clarity on, Madam Chair. This is not Clause 8, but the Minister has touched on that, and that's the new Clause 11A from the Select Committee that the Minister has mentioned in terms of interacting or cooperating between a large and small PCBU. I want to just check with the Minister if that interpretation also includes if a large PCB, there's a large PCBU with a lot of small PCBU subsidiaries. For example, they have different businesses, one in Auckland, one in Wellington, one in Christchurch, but the overall falls under the umbrella of a single large PCBU. Would that be also captured in the new 11A?
Camilla Bellich.
Madam Chair, and I think there's certainly a lot for us to be looking at in this committee stage. As the Minister has said that some of our objections amount to vibes, and so I'm very happy to take the Minister through every single clause of this bill and see if that bears out with the evidence that is put before us. Madam Chair, I would like to put it to the Minister that she has again and again said that this is not undermining the health and safety regulations for small businesses, but limiting their responsibilities to critical risk does mean that they have fewer responsibilities to look at risks to health and safety which are not considered to be critical, and that would be the majority of health and safety incidents that come up in New Zealand. So I will put it to the Minister that it is in fact correct that the health and safety responsibilities for small business have been lessened by this legislation, and that is in fact her objective under this Act. It's to make small businesses have fewer responsibilities to keep their workers safe, and that can be evidenced through the Select Committee process and through the clauses that we're looking at today, which make a specific effort to look at the difference between small and large PCBUs, and specifically looking at Clause 8, which has the definition of a small PCBU in this, which is particularly important because those under 20 don't have the responsibility to look at things which are not critical risk. And so the Minister has, again, and I've heard her use it publicly, used the example of a hot tap as almost like a ridiculous thing to be concerned about from a health and safety context. Now, I just want us to think about that for a second, because burns are extremely serious. And if anyone thinks about when they turn on the tap, how do they find out what the temperature is? They put their hand under it. If you have a tap that as soon as you turn it on is running at a level of boiling that is actually going to burn you, then that tap is going to cause a serious injury. And I'm not just talking about adults here, I'm talking about children, anyone who turns on that tap. And that is something that I've experienced personally within my family, that taps running that hot have led to burns that have needed to have medical attention and hospitalisation. So I think when we look at these examples that the Minister may seek to undermine through lack of seriousness, actually when those things that may not be seen as critical risk can actually turn out to be significant injuries. So when we're looking at the definitions of critical risk, which we've touched on in Clause 7, and when we look at the fact that smaller PCBUs don't have the responsibility to look at critical risk, then we can see that some of those particular instances that aren't deemed critical or potentially life-threatening, or burns can be life-threatening, but probably, I accept, not in a TAP situation, as it's unlikely to be for a longer duration. These can be very serious, and the purpose of this bill is to actually undermine the ability for smaller for people's health and safety to be taken seriously by smaller PCBUs. And the other issue that I wanted to ask the Minister is in relation to this definition that we've got in Clause 8, and the fact that she is looking at limiting the number of workers to 20. And I also just want to look at the 9-month period of time. I know my colleagues talked about the fact that it might be difficult for seasonal workers. The issue that I wanted to raise is in fact around the 9-month period and reasonably expect, because is that enough of a... I think that definition is very, very loose and could potentially result in people who have PCBUs of more than 20 people actually being in a situation where they don't take the high-level health and safety assessments that they are required to make currently under the law because they, for some reason, don't think that their PCBU will be growing to 20 within that period of time. So I think that is important to understand why there aren't more stricter criteria and where the liability will lie. Also, I don't think that the fact that the Select Committee has said that it is possible for private organisations to enter into a contracting relationship that have higher health and safety standards than the law answers anything. Of course, private companies have very, very wide contracting power and can usually enter into contracts for whatever they like. So I don't accept that means that when there are mixed sites that this issue is resolved.
Lawrence Unam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While the Minister seeks some advice on the questions that we've proposed, I do want to now move on to Clause 9. So Clause 9 is probably one of the more important clauses in this bill, and this is to do with the definition of critical risk. Madam Chair, if you indulge me, I was wondering if I can have just a few quick back and forth with the Minister, if the Minister is happy to do that. I have a few quick questions, and then we'll get into some of the more details of the bill. But this is to do with new Section 22A, meaning of critical risk. Particularly, we're looking at a subclause 1. So I guess if we're doing a quick fire round to the Minister, first question is, could the Minister just clarify what the Minister's interpretation of a risk and a hazard?
Just keep repeating, or carry on with your questions.
Okay. Because this does, how the Minister responds to my questions will determine what kind of questions I'll follow up with. So I guess my first question is, can the Minister define what is a risk and what is a hazard? And second question is, can the Minister define what is the difference between likelihood and consequence? The reason I ask those, because as the Minister would understand, when we are looking at a risk management matrix for health and safety, those are some of the key areas that we look at whenever we do any sort of risk analysis using such risk matrix. And that is fundamental to health and safety, whether we're looking at safety 1 or safety 2. And so on the basis of those questions, one of the things that jumped out at me when we're looking at Clause 1B is the fact that when a risk is associated with a hazard of any kind, and that if the risk occurs, i.e. consequence, it's likely to result in one of the following. But that's not the norm when we're looking at a risk management matrix, because I think as a starting point, we look at the likelihood, because the idea is when we are determining, and if you're looking at a risk matrix and we give a score, and the score varies depending on which jurisdiction you are based in, that particular score determines the level of intervention that is required for a workplace when you're looking at health and safety. So if you're looking at something with a high level of likelihood of a consequence, and particularly a higher probability of a consequence as opposed to likelihood, you give it a higher score. But in general, using the previous speaker's and also the minister's example of the hot water, the consequence is there, as well as the likelihood. But in those kind of cases, what you want to do in terms of any form of intervention strategy is you look at elimination. You eliminate the potential hazard. Then you limit or you minimize, and then you engineer, and then you kind of use signifiers, like if a PPE is involved or there's nothing you can do about it. And those are some of the hierarchies you look at when you look at any form of intervention. So all of those is crucial when we're trying to understand the definition of critical risk. Because in the hot water example, if a small PCBU, for example, is not considered critical risk, a small PCBU will have no requirement to signpost that is hot water, nor engineer it in a way that it needs a specific mechanism to ensure that the release of such boiling water can only be done via an engineered mechanism. And that's how it works when we're looking at health and safety. So I do want to check those kind of quick questions with the minister first, and as well as what the minister considers in terms of the example that I just raised regarding the risk management matrix.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to the ones that I still needed to tick off, Lawrence Sunan, I suspect, will be having a very busy morning, standing up for the opposition. But he, a little while ago, talked about why did we pick 20 as the option out of the RIS when there were 4 different definitions potentially given, because it was consistent with other definitions that already exist in the law, and so it would have been familiar to businesses. And he mentioned the point about 97% of businesses in New Zealand being small businesses. However, I would also note that small PCBUs employ approximately 27% of all employees. He also then queried whether it would be correct that a seasonal business with fewer than 20 workers for 9 months of the year would be a small PCBU. Yes, that is a correct interpretation of the law. It aligns with the policy and cabinet decisions to capture seasonal fluctuations in workforce sizes. He also queried, and this is also the same query that Camilla Balich had, is it correct that for most businesses, is it correct that businesses with more than 20 workers, if they had 3 extra months where they had more than 20 workers, can consider themselves small? Once again, to do with the thresholds, look, if the business is in an industry where the numbers habitually fluctuate, then yes, they would be small. If it has more than 20 workers for no more than 3 months. But importantly, the small business must identify and manage its critical risks, whether or not they are big or small, which means that it puts the attention where it is needed most, where you're managing the things that will do the most harm. So if a business simply decides to increase their work numbers for a long term, they'll have to reassess, and they would be a large PCBU. Lawrence Sunan also then had another query, which I guess really turns to the fact that we're ticking all of those ones off. Why are we leaving it to PCBUs to determine if they expect the workforce to be less than 20 for 9 months, rather than an agency or some other organisation? Look, it's simply just not practical in an economy of our size to have an agency to assess each and every PCBU with a fluctuating workforce in order for businesses to know what their duties are. That's just a bureaucratic nightmare. Lawrence Sunan then talking about, what's the differences between risks and hazards and likelihoods and consequence. Look, a hazard is the thing that has the potential to cause harm. The risk is the harm that can arise from the hazard. Consequence is the outcome of something happening, and the likelihood is, as it sounds, how probable it is that the consequence will eventuate from the risk arising. Lawrence Sunan also then had another query. If a large PCBU has several subsidiaries, is it captured by 11A? Yes. If the PCBU shares a duty with another PCBU, it must cooperate on that duty. Where there are shared duties for critical risks, cooperation is required, whether the PCBU is small or large. PCBUs may also require cooperation in their contracting arrangements.
Miles Anderson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Oh, it's a bit early for that. The Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we've moved on to clause 9 now. My colleague moved us there. So I did mention, this is the one right at the beginning, Madam Chair, when I talked about critical risks, that I said I didn't want to get that muddled up with the definition, and this does bring in the definition of critical risk into this. And I do have a number of amendment papers, and I don't want to talk to all of them, but I actually want to talk to my colleague here, Camilla Bellich's paper, because I think her explanatory note sets this out really well and talks about the current drafting of the new paragraph 22A1B sets a probability test of the consequences of risks and sets that probability at likely, which is an uncertain term, and I know that officials have said, well, it's used elsewhere in legislation. I actually think there's an issue there in that so many people came into Select Committee and since Select Committee saying that that is a very much people did not understand this particular term, and that is part of the issue. So just because it's used in other parts of legislation doesn't make it correct. Camilla Bellich's explanation talks about it could be interpreted or may be interpreted as greater than 50% chance, and this requires PCBUs to have the knowledge and resources to undertake such an assessment and would result in uncertainty and disputes regarding these assessments. The first question that I've got for the Minister is the Minister concerned that so many people came in and to the Select Committee and said that they did not, it was many of the submitters said that they did not understand this particular term. In this explanatory note, and this is the second question that I want to ask, it also sets a threshold unreasonably high when the safety, health and lives of workers are concerned. Certain categories of risk, such as musculoskeletal and psychosocial, would be largely excluded from this definition. Now, why that is of concern is that musculoskeletal and psychosocial risk, harm, makes up a lot of the ACC claims, a huge percentage of the ACC claims. And while I'm not saying that this is a critical risk, I am saying that this seems to be put aside from this bill and excluded from this bill. Is that the Minister's understanding? Does the Minister have concerns around the fact that those areas aren't in there? And is there a thought that in the future we would be doing something about that so that businesses had that oversight of what is a growing area of harm in this country in the workplace, and also a growing area that ACC are having to cover, and should we be doing something about that in this bill? Because it seems like we're excluding it and we're not going down the track of actually doing something about it now. So those are the questions that I have. Madam Chair.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had some questions, like my colleague, around clause 9, which we're now up to, which is the new clause 22A. So I did check with the clerk before, but I just wanted to signal now in this new clause in 22A2A, little a, there is a reference to Schedule 1A, and that actually sets out just go to it myself now, it sets out the examples of what is defined as hazards associated with, sorry, I actually have gone to the wrong place. It sets out the hazards associated with critical risk. 22. Yes, so the reason that this is relevant is you can't really read 22A without looking at Schedule 1A, and this is the complication here is partly the question and the issue for the Minister. So if I own a small PCBU of, say, 5 people, when I'm determining my responsibilities under this amended Health and Safety at Work Act, I have to figure out if I have a risk associated with Schedule 1A, and when we flick through to that, we see that covers, and I know this is a very substantive part of the bill, so I will mention some of it, but I know that there'll be more detailed questions on this. Adventure activities, amusement devices, general risk and workplace management. It especially has some carve-outs in relation to work done by children, which I have to say was quite alarming, Madam Speaker. We're talking about envisaging a situation where someone under the age of 15 years old is involved in the manufacturing and preparation of goods for sale, and someone under 16 is working between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So I have a few questions around the situations that would lead to that particular situation occurring, and whether that is in fact a desirable outcome for those who are of that age. As we've mentioned previously in this committee stage, we do need to take into account different levels of ability when assessing health and safety risks. We're not always talking about fully compos mentis adults engaging in workplaces. We know that workplaces are open to every single body of every single ability and capacity and age as well. So that is a specific thing that I think we need to look at. But Madam Speaker, in discussion with my colleagues, I think that it is going to be very difficult for us to look at 22A without looking at 1A in detail, even though that does come in a later section. So my proposal would be that we do mention that now, and then it may be that it's relevant again to talk about that when we come to, I think it's clause 30.
It is part of this debate.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a question really. How is this simplifying and getting rid of what the Minister has called red and green tape by making a small PCBU, it might be a small startup, it might be someone who's just started a company, and getting them to understand their responsibilities in relation to health and safety by first making them look, okay, so they've established that they're a small PCBU, then they look at 22A and they say, okay, so we have to look at the risks within our workplace, and the only way we can do that is we have to assess whether any of the following is likely to occur, and then we look at this list: a death, a notifiable injury or illness, a notifiable incident or an occupational disease. I mean, that is a pretty huge expectation on a small business, and a minister may want to comment on that, to know if anything that they are doing is likely to result in an occupational disease. And then you haven't finished. You then have to go to see what the regulations say, and a regulation set out in section 1A, and then you have to go through that entire list which I just alluded to in schedule 1A, which goes through all of the different hazards at different ages that people might be able to participate in certain things, all of the different substances, whether it's in mining or quarrying, petroleum and gas extraction, when we look at pipelines, cranes, roadways. Sometimes this will be obvious, but Minister, this is very difficult for a small business to understand, isn't it?
Oh, happy to respond.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Oh, thank you very much. These two last contributions have been exceedingly enlightening. And in part, I think, quite concerning, especially because Jan Tanetti's contribution said that she was listening to people talking to her about how difficult and confusing and potentially more costly that this will be. And I just wanted to ensure that I was raising the correct point here, that the term likely is actually a term that is already used in risk management in the Health and Safety at Work Act. And so if she's got experts coming through her doors saying using the term likely is going to be very confusing and very costly for business, well, I'm sorry, but they can't be experts, because I certainly hope they're not giving out expert advice to companies now, because they're currently needing to use the word likely in the tests under the current law, and so that's exceedingly concerning. The current law is that the likelihood of a risk is occurring is a factor to be taken into account when deciding what is reasonably practicable in relation to a duty. And so all PCBUs should be familiar with this, and especially experts on health and safety law. She went on and then had further concerns about whether or not people don't understand likely. And look, the Select Committee did clarify the provision because the current likely test does not actually require a probability test of over 50%, as is claimed in Camilla Ballich's amendment paper. Likely has the ordinary meaning of being more than possible but less than certain. And that is consistent with the current approach to identifying and managing risks that appear. But to summarise the contribution made by Camilla Ballich, look, if she thinks that this term itself is in fact too confusing, then maybe she'd be in favour of simplifying the law even further in line with the Act Party principles, and would go even further rather than trying to make it even more complicated by putting in place new standards that would go above and beyond. But I'd also just make the point that I do struggle to see how the Labour Party does take itself seriously some days when, no, it's not unnecessary, and I'll give you an example, because, you know, last night we heard about how the Labour Party was so grateful that John Key and Michael Woodhouse had put in place this law, and at the time they opposed this law. And they, I think, looking at some of the contributions from back in when that law was done over a decade ago, kind of alluded to the fact that they wished that the law would go further and would be stronger. But, well, guess what? They had 2 terms in government and they did nothing on health and safety. So I don't understand how we can take them seriously on health and safety. And I know Jan Tinetti in her contribution at the second reading said, oh, but we did do something. We put in place some basic drafting on a plant and structure regulation, but I'm sorry, but that government put it on pause and they didn't even bother to pass that one. So, look, it's just a bit ridiculous, really.
We'll stick to this bill.
But, yeah, sorry, Madam Chair, I'm getting a bit exercised here, but in my contribution there.
Thank you. Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to seek your guidance, Madam Chair, that, you know, based on the Minister's last contribution, are we allowed to expand the scope of our conversation and questions to the health and safety over the last 20 years or over the last 15 years? Is that something that we are able to expand the scope on?
You're able to do it, but I probably would end the debate quite quickly.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I jest. I do appreciate the Minister for responding to my question so thoroughly. That is appreciated. I do have follow-up questions on clause 9, so the new 22A. So following on from what the Minister responded to regarding 1B, I want to look at now some of the sub-criteria with 1B. And Madam Chair, also signaling to you that while Schedule 1A is technically sits under Clause 31, I believe, which is still Part 1, we're actually going to discuss Schedule 1A now because it's most relevant to this new Section 22A.
Yeah, it is part of this debate.
Yeah. I just want to check with the Minister. Number one, under the criteria when we're looking at 1B, so Roman numeral 1 to 4, is that an exhaustive list? Or is that open to anything, or are those examples of what would be considered a risk that is associated with a hazard of any kind? The reason I say that is because, you know, potentially then there are other things that could be also a part of this. So that's my first question is Roman numeral 1 to 4 an exhaustive list? My second one is around Roman numeral 4, which I think is probably one of the more concerning ones, which is an occupational disease listed in Schedule 2 of the Accident Compensation Act 2001. I'm concerned about that because Schedule 2 of AC of the Accident Compensation Act is not an exhaustive list. In fact, a lot of what is considered occupational disease is left out of there, and I think my colleague Mike Davison can speak to some of that as our ACC spokesperson. So my recommendation is, and I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague Tiano Tuiono and his amendment paper 80013, is rather than limiting it to those listed in Schedule 2 of the AC Act, whether we just delete listed in Schedule 2 of the AC Act and just say an occupational disease. Would the minister be open to that amendment, which actually simply broadens the scope but also covers additional occupational disease that should rightfully be a critical, falls under the definition of a critical risk. Now, Madam Chair, I want to now move on to some of the things we're discussing, which is in Schedule 1A, which is also technically the list that is described that could fall under the description or definition of a critical risk. We do have a few amendments for Schedule 1A, but I want to speak to one first at this stage, and because my previous speaker, Camilla Belic, mentioned the general risk and workplace management, specifically relating to the Health and Safety at Work General Risk and Workplace Management Regulations 2016. This is on page 22. Apologies, Madam Chair, there are no clause numbers for Schedule A.
Yeah,
so
the schedules make a little difference to the conversation. Yeah,
so with that, it's good that they're in there. I think some of the things that are missing from that, which is important to possibly also include under this general section, is around. Let me just quickly find it. Is around any personal injury caused by a work-related gradual process disease and infection, and this is drawing on from. But not limited to the current Section 30 of the Accident Compensation Act, since we're talking about the AC Act. And this is something that is already identified as kind of reasonably nuanced within the main body of the Accident Compensation Act. Essentially, it is any personal injury caused by work-related gradual process disease or infection, such as suffered by a person, caused by gradual process disease or infection, or caused by circumstances described in Section 32 of the Accident Compensation Act. And this is my colleague Tiano Tuiono's amendment paper at 80033. So I want to check with the minister if the minister would consider expanding the scope of that. Sorry, my apologies.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in response to Camilla Belic's contribution about simplification and how that would be achieved, under the current law, a small business has to identify all their risks and manage them, and the definition of critical risks under this law would guide the PCBUs to identify the risks that cause the most harm. And the schedule at the back provides immediate clarity on what is already regulated, which avoids duplication or reinterpretation of the existing rules. And the Schedule 1A is designed to provide certainty to PCBUs that the Schedule 1A criteria apply to. And this relates to regulations that PCBUs need to comply and be aware of despite the amendment. For the catch-all test, it is already expected that a PCBU understands the risks, including potential outcomes that arise from their business. So it shouldn't be complicated for people because it's what the law already expects. There was a query about matters relating to children listed in Schedule 1A. And there was an assumption being made by the member that children were being excluded from needing to be managed in these critical risks. But talking with my officials, the reason is that young people are excluded from doing that work. It is already part of the law that young people can't do some of those tasks. So that's why she may have misinterpreted that form of exclusion. Lawrence Yunnan had a query about 22B1B and whether or not it was an exhaustive list. Yes, officials advise that this covers the most significant risks. Jan Tanetti had a query about why the critical risk does not specifically include psychosocial harm or musculoskeletal harm. Actually, the Select Committee did make a change to clarify how psychosocial harm may be a factor in critical risk. So if a workplace has a hazard, such as an inherently traumatic work, then there is risk of a harm to workers' mental health in a workplace that involves, like driving high speeds as an emergency services personnel. The mental harm would be assessed as likely to cause serious physical harm and would be a critical risk. For musculoskeletal harm, it would be a critical risk if a workplace has a hazard likely to cause broken bones or other severe injury. So less serious musculoskeletal harm, such as a sprain, I guess, would not be a critical risk, but it doesn't mean to say that musculoskeletal harm is completely not in the critical risk definition. Lawrence Yunnan also then had a query about whether or not I'd agree that critical risks include occupational diseases without reference to the ACC Act Schedule 2. No, it's appropriate that the ACC system decides on what is an occupational disease. The diseases included in Schedule 2 are overwhelmingly proven to be caused by work, and so that list is regularly reviewed.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to respond to something that the Minister brought into the debate, which was whether or not the Labor Party can be taken seriously on health and safety. And I was interested in her comments around the fact that we have the gall to object to the fact that she's watering down health and safety laws. And her point seemed to be that we didn't support the Act when it came in the first place. And I was interested in that. And I looked back and I wondered, why was it that the Labor Party at that stage did take that decision to not support that Act? And very interestingly, it was because the national government had decided to exempt small businesses. So I stand here very proud of a very consistent line from this party to say that every worker in New Zealand, small business, big business, should be entitled to be safe and healthy at work. And back to the... Back to that, and thank you for the Minister for allowing me that opportunity to clarify that.
Oh, don't worry, I've got a response. We've decided we're going to talk about Schedule 1A now, and there's a lot in here. And I do have some very specific questions for the Minister around Schedule 1A, and I know that behind Schedule 1A there are a number of different regulations that I have had a brief look at and have tried to kind of answer any preemptive questions that I might have by looking at some of these regulations, but I do have some additional questions that I haven't been able to clarify. So I wanted to start with the adventure activities and the definitions here. We've got a definition of amusement devices, which I've looked up in the regulations, and I see a generally I kind of like your Easter show type of situation is what I've managed to ascertain from reading that. But I wanted to understand from the Minister, when we're talking about the critical risk hazards, and this is really important because if these are not, if what you're doing as part of your small business does not fall within this schedule, then it's likely to be excluded from the definition of critical risk. So it is important that we have clarity over what's included and what's not. So in this first bit around adventure activities, from my reading it does, a lot of it is based around kind of mechanical hazards, big machinery, that kind of thing. I wanted to know, does this cover some of the more of the activities that New Zealand is famous for in terms of our whitewater rafting activities, our outdoor pursuits? Obviously those would be considered hazardous. I don't know if they come within this particular section or not. I'm certain that they will be covered, but I just wanted some clarification as to which section they would fall within and whether it was within that initial definition of the regulations for adventure activities. I know that my colleague Jantinidi has some questions around asbestos, but I had a look briefly at the regulations in relation to asbestos because I had a question around, obviously asbestos is an extremely concerning workplace hazard, and I think something New Zealand needs to take even more seriously than we do. When I worked in the United Kingdom,
worked with colleagues who worked extensively with victims of people who've been exposed to asbestos, and they worked with lawyers who had claims, and it was the saddest department to work in because every single one of their clients died, and they died in a horrible, horrific, terrible death that is associated with when you have mesothelioma from asbestos exposure. So I want to acknowledge that asbestos is and exposure can be extremely serious and life-threatening, but as everyone will know, Madam Chair, you will also know it's not the only airborne particle that can cause injury or occupational illness. And so when I looked at the definition of what was covered by the Health and Safety at Work Asbestos Regulations 2016, it seemed to cover a number of different types of asbestos, but it didn't seem to cover other airborne particles and other perhaps things that could be inhaled at work and therefore cause issues with people's lungs and breathing and those more serious conditions. So I did want to know if that did go further or if in fact there's another part, because I assume that we wouldn't have left out those other serious parts. I'm just aware of the time, Madam Speaker. I'll leave those questions.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, look, I'll answer that relatively briefly. Yes, the member queried whether or not things like adventure activities covers a lot of tourism activities that happen in New Zealand, like whitewater rafting, etc. The answer to that is yes. In fact, there shouldn't be any company out there that's doing kind of our tourism extreme sports that's not clear about which regulations they should be under, otherwise that's seriously concerning. So this is not actually any change, and that's the second part to the statement about asbestos and other airborne diseases and things. Schedule 1A, which is what we're talking about, lists the hazards already regulated as critical risks under our regulations. This is avoiding duplication and reinterpretation of our existing rules. There is nothing necessarily new in this.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to go back to section 22A and then come back to the schedule, which is brought in through this too. But the Minister said before and sort of made light of the fact that people are concerned and have been concerned about the likely to result in and that terminology. I just want to say that 22A comes after section 22 of the Health and Safety at Work Act, and section 22 says that the definition of reasonably practical includes likelihood of the hazard of or risk occurring. Well, that's quite different to what's in the new section 22A, which is likely to result. So I want to know why that difference is there and what that difference actually means, because we've gone over and over this, but we've still got people that are confused. And it's not okay to say, oh, well, it's a concern that these people are in the sector and don't get that, when the terminology is different to what's in the preceding section. So I think that's a reasonable question to ask. I want to go back. My colleague said that I had a question, and I'm going to make this quick, a question around the asbestos, and her question was around other particles, airborne particles. One of the big areas that we have been hearing a lot about over the last wee while is engineered stone, and of course that's silicosis. And I can't see that where that is in Schedule 1A, apart from is it covered in either in the asbestos or the mining and quarrying, which sounds that it would be a bit strange to be in there. It is something that we've had lots of people that have asked questions about that. I'm wondering whether this is where the answer for those questions are, and where we can see the health and safety regs that sit around silicosis with the engineered stone sitting there. So I'll leave it at that, because I know we've got lots of other questions, so I'd like an answer to those two.
I'm going to take a call from Mike Davidson. I'm just waiting on another sheet here, but I will note that so far the debate has been run by 3 members, and so that I don't want, and I'm not saying that the member's going to do this, but I don't want new members participating asking questions that have been asked before. So if it's something absolutely new, then I'm very happy with that from any member in the House. Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to see, I've got a couple of questions, and one actually is around clarification. And the Minister earlier spoke around, and this is around the psychosocial and the inclusion of mental health. And I just want to get clarification around this to ensure that this is treated, I guess, on a more of a ongoing effect of mental health on someone, not just a one-off event. And it talks about in the Select Committee's report around a incident such as a vehicle crash, equipment misuse, which maybe cause a mental health from that one-off event. But we know there's a lot of, I guess, workplaces where some of these incidents may not be as significant as a vehicle crash, but actually are still, over a period of time, if they happen continually, quite significant and can cause significant mental health issues, potentially if you look at workplace culture and bullying. And we know, like in the construction industry, they have a significant high rate of suicide. And it's potentially, you're not going to see vehicle crashes on a construction site. So I just want to ensure and get clarification that through this inclusion and the words spoken in this report, that actually ongoing issues, even if they're slightly less significant as something as a vehicle crash, would actually contribute to mental health and would therefore be deemed a critical risk. And my other question, and it's in relation to Schedule 1A, and it obviously goes through a number of different hazards associated with critical risk. And I've got an amendment to this. So I'm speaking to my amendment 1st of July 2026, 80032. And because it has listed in here a number of things like mining and quarrying and petroleum exploration, extraction. And one of the things that I've noticed that is missing from this list is firefighting. And we know that firefighters obviously, put their life at risk when they are saving people, New Zealanders, and that comes at an extreme risk to them through exposures to carcinogens, also extreme temperatures and environmental pollutions. And what we're finding in that industry, that it's actually getting a lot worse because they're not just fighting fires that are caused through natural products, they're causing fires obviously that have been made worse by plastics, etc. So therefore they're dealing pretty much every day with significant hazards that will actually potentially cause them risks and issues that will actually give them things like cancer, etc. And we know that firefighters have a much higher rate of cancer. So I've got my amendment there, and I really appreciate that being included because I think it's a significant gap within Schedule 1A not to acknowledge the hazards associated with firefighting. And also I would really appreciate getting clarification around the ability for ongoing psychosocial impacts being a critical risk rather than just one-off incidents. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's been a lot of questions around Schedule 1A and what the scope of Schedule 1A is. So I'll just speak to this a little bit. Schedule 1A does not limit the risks already managed by regulations. It simply sets out what these risks are to make it easier for businesses to assess whether they may have critical risks. If a risk is not included in Schedule 1A, it may still be a critical risk if under the catch-all test, the risk is likely to cause serious physical harms listed in the text. So there's been a few specific examples raised by Camilla Balich and Jan Tinetti and Mike Davidson. So I'd just like to say the asbestos and other hazardous dusts that have been raised. This specific example is covered by the hazardous substances regulations. As far as engineered stone, it is not currently regulated. There is ongoing work being done on this, so it can't be in the schedule. The catch-all test will clearly cover silica exposure given the harms it can cause. And around the firefighting and the hazards and risk, the schedule lists hazards and risks currently covered by regulations. Firefighting isn't regulated in this way, but the catch-all test will clearly cover firefighting.
Madam Chair.
I'm going to take a call from Camilla Balich, and I'm getting very close to closure on this. So I just want the key questions now.
Well, Madam Chair, that's interesting because the majority of this bill is in part 1, and we're working through the schedule, which we haven't finished. And then once we...
That's why I'm asking for your key questions.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's... I just would note that schedule part 1 is the majority of this bill, and part 2 and part 2
and I accept that, but I'm asking for Camilla Balich's key questions that haven't been answered.
Well, I do have some key questions that haven't been covered at all in relation to Schedule 1A, and the questions that I have are in relation to, I've covered amusement devices and asbestos in Schedule 1A in my last contributions, and Jan Tinetti mentioned that as well. But what I want to move on to now is the general risk of workplace management. Now, the Minister, before, when I asked her around the issues around someone who was under 15 and under 16 being covered by this, said the member has misunderstood. This is about prohibiting those under that age level from doing this particular work. And I thought that was interesting. So I checked that with the regulations, and I found that in the general risk and workplace management regulations that there isn't a prohibition on people doing that work if they're under that level. In fact, the only restriction is that they shouldn't do that work so far as reasonably practicable. And that's in clause 44 of the regulations. And that language is also echoed in relation to the other duties in relation to harmful substances. They must not do it so far as reasonably practicable. Not to work with heavy machinery so far as reasonably practicable if they're under 15 years. Not to ride upon certain vehicles so far as is reasonably practicable. Now, the Minister, I am assuming, will say this is the law as it stands. But the question I have for her is, if this is the law as set out in the regulations as it currently stands, and when we are adding in this new schedule to the primary piece of legislation, so this is a primary piece of legislation that sits above the regulations which help to enact that piece of legislation. We're also mentioning that it is in the wording that is specifically written down in Schedule 2, which is what I'm asking about, the general risk of workplace management, envisages a situation where these young people might be undertaking these highly risky behaviours, and specifically sets out that when they do undertake those behaviours, that would be considered to be a critical risk. So the question I have for the Minister is, has she taken any advice about whether her inclusion in Schedule 1A of those under 15 years old and those under 16 years old doing these highly risky activities in primary legislation would therefore undermine or slightly lessen the restrictions in the health and safety at work, general risk and workplace management regulations? Because on my reading of this, it isn't clear that there is a prohibition in the primary legislation. And when I read the regulations, I see that there isn't a clear prevention from those young people for doing that work. And so I do think it is an important question for the Minister to answer. Does this government still stand by those restrictions on young people doing that work? And if so, how does this legislation further the aim of making sure that our children are not participating in this extremely hazardous work which is envisaged by this legislation?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Look, sometimes I find some of these contributions interesting but also tiresome. Look, there is no change. I honestly don't know how we could be any clearer. Schedule 1A is not changing regulations. It's simply a list of the regulations that already exist. And if the Labour Party was in power for 6 years and cared so much about this issue, you wonder why they did nothing about it. There is no change here to how children interact at work. This is the exact law that exists with the same regulations in a list. There is no change to those regulations. So the short and long of that is just no. Jan Tinetti asks, why does new section 22A use different terminology from existing section 22 with regard to likely? Look, the answer to this is that existing section 22 explains the meaning of reasonably practicable, which is the standard to which risks must be managed. New section 22A defines critical risk, which is quite different from section 22. It is a forward-looking assessment of what is likely to happen if a risk materialises. This is not the same as deciding how a risk should be managed. Differences are to be expected in how likelihood would be used in these two contexts. Mike Davidson, I understand, had a contribution about psychosocial harm over time. And the Select Committee recommended an amendment to clarify that where a hazard in the workplace risks harm to workers' mental health, if the harm to mental health occurs and it is likely to cause serious physical harm, then the harm to mental health will be a critical risk that must be managed. But I do acknowledge that that had already been raised before. But look, I just take the point that there has been a number of contributions here made, which are also talking about so-called experts, as well as people in the Labour Party who so-called care about health and safety law, that have serious misunderstandings of the current law, which I find quite concerning.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lawrence Yunan, I'm just going to make the point that I'm just waiting on some amendment paper groupings. So, Dr. Lawrence Yunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And apologies before for taking up the format. I'll keep my questions concise. Just in terms of Schedule 1A, I do appreciate what the Minister is saying, but I want to just check. There are a list of things that would be captured by the definition of a critical risk. So we can also add to that particular list. So I do want to address some of the amendments we have on this, and I want to particularly, let's say, focus on my amendment, which is 80031. Because I agree that what the Minister is saying, that psychosocial is already included. We see a new point under 22A, but anything, it doesn't stop us from expanding on such definitions within Schedule 1A. So within that, I just want to check with the Minister if the Minister would consider including additional, hazards for the education sector, which involves such expansion of the psychosocial injury as workplace stress, including burnout, fatigue, anxiety, harassment, and bullying. And I also acknowledge what the Minister said in terms of musculoskeletal being a part of what could be a notifiable injury. But what it doesn't capture is musculoskeletal strain and over and repeated strain. So I want to check with the Minister if that's something that should be notifiable and genuinely does affect people's ability to work, but is not currently, my understanding, is captured under the definition. Madam Chair, I do want to move on to a new section, and then other people may have additional questions for Schedule 1A, but I want to check with the Minister around Clause 11, new sections 25A to 25C. So in both 25A and B, it mentions a small PCBU or PCBU's failure to prioritize critical risk in accordance with a previous subsection is not an offence. I want to check with the Minister if they fail to comply or is non-compliant and there is a critical risk, why is that not an offence?
Jan Chinetti, and again, just looking for honing in on, yes,
Chair.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the new section 22B, the amendment is Schedule 1A, but it's not about 1A. I'm looking at the question that I want to ask the Minister is my colleague Camilla Bellich has an amendment in around making certain that when changes are made, as it currently stands in there, the Governor-General may, by order of Council, made on the recommendation of the Minister, make those amendments to the schedule. This has come through a lot, and this is an amendment that I think is a very, very good one, ensuring that we've got the voices, because it doesn't say that in the schedule or in the bill as it stands at the moment, that experts would be in there, and that is a concern that the voice of people that work in the sector or the voice of health and safety affected stakeholders would not be taken into account or might not be taken into account. This amendment changes that. I really want to know why that happened in the first place, but also whether the Minister would be favourable to this amendment, and it's just ensuring that we do have the voice of affected stakeholders when we're looking at that change in the schedule. To me, this is a good amendment which would send a sign of good faith to those people who are stakeholders, whether they be owners or workers. So just asking that. Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Look, I'll tie that one way away quite quickly. I don't agree with that amendment, which is the amendment paper proposing to require consultation before the changes can be made to Schedule 1A for hazards associated with critical risks. That is because I think there is once again a serious misunderstanding of what the law here is intending to do. And I once again note my serious reservation and concern that this is simply a list of regulations that will exist under law. Adding to Schedule 1A with a new regulation is not creating a new regulation. The regulation itself has been created, and then this power is adding it to the list of regulations. So it's not as though the Minister, through this, has a power to just create a new regulation and put it into the list. The regulation will exist, and then we want to update the list to ensure that the new regulation is also captured. It's hardly a scary provision at all. It just allows for any new regulations over time to be added to a list of regulations. There's no need for consultation on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's response in 1A, and 1A is extensive and there are more questions we could have asked, but I'm taking the direction from the Chair that we will move past that and we'll move on to some other parts of the bill. And so on my reading now, we're up to around Schedule 10 or 11, and of the, clause 10 or 11. And the Minister has said, in response to my previous question, that not to be alarmed as this isn't major change of the law, it's just actually listing what's already in existing regulations. The question was, Minister, when you change primary legislation, which you are doing, and you are making a list of what is included as a critical risk, how does that impact on the existing regulations? So there has been a few condescending comments about lack of understanding, but I don't in fact believe that that question, which is a thing around the precedence of primary legislation and their interaction with regulations, has in fact been answered. But I will move on. The Minister seems very keen to answer questions around what is new in this legislation. And so moving on from that schedule, the amendments to Section 23 of the Primary Act, which is outlined in Clause 10 of the bill before us today, does make changes to the definition within the primary piece of legislation. And I'm looking to the Minister to see that we're on the same page with this. It's changing the definition on notifiable injury and illness and making specific new novel changes to the law as it currently stands, which the Minister has put before the House. And so I do think that there are some questions that the Minister needs to answer to that, and I would expect that she's able to give some insight into her thinking on this, as opposed to stating that it's the restatement of the existing law. So in this section, she has, Minister, or this bill has changed the definition of and added in the examples of fractured skull, blood clot, bleeding to the brain, and the definition of injury. And I want, and there are a number of examples here, Madam Chair, in 1 and 2, in relation to eyes, in 3 and 4, in relation to spinal injuries. And all of these examples will have a bearing on how the definition of injury or illness is interpreted. And I want to ask the Minister, what advice has she taken, and why has she sought to clarify and put and further, and if it is in fact further expanding the definition or limiting the definition, why has she chosen to do that in this amendment bill, and for what evidence is she relying on that these examples within adding these examples to the Act will provide further clarity for those businesses wanting to understand what the meaning of notifiable injury or illness is. And that is important, because when it is notifiable, there are different processes that need to be put in place that businesses will have to go through compared with an injury that isn't declared to be notifiable. And also, additionally, what guidance, seeing as this is a change to the existing law, will be provided to organisations so that they are up to date with the new definitions of what is considered to be an injury and illness.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just tidying up, because I know that we're moving on to a new clause, but I just wanted to tidy up some of the things from the previous clause before we move. Lawrence Yunan had a query about why it's not an offence not to prioritise the critical risks. Look, requirement to prioritise critical risks relates to a PCBU's performance of its duties under the Act. The relevant offences remain offences about failure to comply with those duties, and they are already in the Act. Lawrence Yunan also had a query about whether or not I'd add musculoskeletal repeated strain to Schedule 1A. No, musculoskeletal harm was not a notifiable injury. The definition of critical risk is based on pre-existing definitions of notifiable injuries, illnesses and events, and focuses on the most serious harms. Camilla Balich's queries then relating to Clause 10 about notifiable incidents. Look, these are clarifications and examples based on existing regulator practice, and these will help PCBUs know what to notify. Currently, PCBUs are unclear about what is or is not out, and that was feedback from businesses, but this is based on regulator practice.
I'm going to take a couple of clarifying questions now. I've noted we've covered pretty much most of the clauses in the schedule. Dr. Lawrence Yunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of clarifying, I think what I'm on to is now Clause 12. And one of the things I want to check with the Minister, and I'll move through a couple of clauses, Madam Chair. One of the things around Clause 12 is a clarification around what happens when there is no ability for the current structure of Clause 12 for there to be the notification of other powers or other enactment that potentially will touch on this. So I have an amendment paper, well, actually, my colleague Keanu Tuiono has an amendment paper 80017, which just insert clause that allows for the Governor General by ordering Council to make recommendations to also be able to identify other enactments which this pertains to. If that's something that is either covered in the existing legislation, or if it's something that potentially additional regulatory making power is required as a part of that. I do want to move on to one further bit because I think that's important, and I know that noting that my colleagues may have other questions regarding Section 21 around duty of officers and due diligence, but I want to just check in terms of Clause 28 around the ACOP, and this is something I signaled to the Minister and the Chair previously. I will have questions around this. One of the things around the ACOP is the fact that there is no real ability to review such regulations, and we've noted that this is though not necessarily from what I can see a secondary legislation, but any sort of sunset clause or review clause may be important. Can the Minister tell me if there is already existing consideration for review? If not, I want to check with the Minister if the Minister would be interested in my amendment paper. This is amendment paper 80020, which just says that, I love when someone else on the opposite side throws their voice around like if they're the Minister. I would like to see if the Minister is would be interested in my amendment, which just simply allows for the Minister to review and approve code of practice, but limiting that the approved code of practice must be reviewed at least once every 5 years.
Ryan Hamilton.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed. Green
Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we have received a large number of amendments on various clauses in this part from different members. Standing Order 3153 and 4 provide discretion to the chairperson to both group amendments and select amendments. Amendments may be grouped where they stand in the name of a single member. They lend themselves to being grouped, or the grouping is necessary to enable the committee's effective consideration of the bill. In assessing what represents effective consideration, I am guided by Speaker Brownlee's earlier ruling that the committee's time is best spent on debating legislation rather than voting on it, and that the committee should be focusing on serious amendments. My approach, therefore, will be to group or select amendments to the extent that is reasonable and appropriate. The judgment will take into account the number of amendments that have been placed before the committee and the extent to which those amendments provide a genuine alternative policy proposal. That said, if any party has a different position on a specific amendment, for example, it intends to vote against an amendment from a member but is otherwise supportive of that member's amendments, then please indicate that to the chairperson. A separate question can be put on that particular amendment. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendments to Part 1, deleting provisions relating to critical risk, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendments to Part 1, deleting provisions relating to small PCBUs, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Honourable Jan Tinetti's 7 tabled amendments to Clause 4 are ruled out of order as being merely an attempt to criticise the bill. Members, there are 4 amendments to Clause 4, new Section 3, in the name of Dr Lawrence Shunan. To test the will of the committee, I will put the question on one of those amendments. The question is that Dr Lawrence Shunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, replacing new Section 3, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Members, the will of the committee having been tested, Dr Lawrence Shunan's remaining 3 tabled amendments to Clause 4 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Te Aotearoa's tabled amendment deleting the interpretations for large PCBU in Clause 7 and deleting Clause 8 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Honourable Jan Tinetti's 3 tabled amendments to Clause 8.4 are ruled out of order as not being serious amendment. Members, there are 3 amendments to Clause 8 in the name of Dr Lawrence Shunan. To test the will of the committee, I will put the question on one of those amendments. The question is that Dr Lawrence Shunan's tabled amendment to Clause 8, replacing 20 workers in Section 17, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te
1
Ferris.
vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Members, the will of the committee having been tested, Dr Lawrence Shunan's remaining 2 tabled amendments to Clause 8 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Members, there are 4 amendments to Clause 9, new Section 22A, in the name of Te Aotearoa. To test the will of the committee, I will put a question on one of those amendments. The question is that Te Aotearoa's tabled amendment to Clause 9, replacing if likely to result in new Section 22A(1)(b), be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Members, the will of the committee having been tested, Te Anau Tuiono's remaining 3 tabled amendments to clause 9 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Members, Camilla Bellich's tabled amendments to clause 9, 11 and 12 lend themselves to being grouped. I will put a single question on them unless members indicate that they wish to vote separately on a specific amendment. No, I've asked if you indicate that you wish to vote differently on one of those amendments to the other amendments. That is...
Sorry, could you clarify?
I'm not asking to vote separately.
Yeah.
I'm saying I will group them unless member indicates that they wish to vote separately, which means differently than you would have otherwise voted. If you intended to vote on all of those amendments in the same way, then I will group them. If there's one specifically that you were going to do differently, then you would indicate that to me now.
Okay, good to know.
Thank you. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendments to clause 9, 11 and 12 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Honourable Gentinetti's tabled amendment to clause 9, new section 22B1 is ruled out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Members, Gentinetti's tabled amendments to clause 9, 11, 21 and 28 lend themselves to being grouped. I will put a single question on them, again, unless a member indicates they wish to vote separately on a specific amendment. The question is that Honourable Gentinetti's tabled amendments to clause 9, 11, 21 and 28 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kaumā whānga pōti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Members, Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendments to deleting provisions in clause 10, 11 and 21 lend themselves to being grouped. I will put a single question on them unless members indicate that they wish to vote separately on a specific amendment. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendments deleting provisions in clause 10, 11 and 21 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kaumā whānga pōti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Te Anau Tuiono's tabled amendment to clause 12, inserting new subsections 4 and 5 into section 35 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kaumā whānga pōti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Te Anau Tuiono's tabled amendment deleting clause 21 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tacoma, whānga poti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Te Anō Tuiono's tabled amendment to clause 28, inserting subsection 6 into new section 222A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tacoma, whānga poti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment deleting clause 3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tacoma, whānga poti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Members, there are 11 tabled amendments to clause 3 in the name of Francisco Hernandez. To test the will of the committee, I will put the question on one of those amendments. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 3, replacing new section 32A with words commencing to provide partial protection to workers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tacoma, whānga poti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
10 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Members, the will of the committee having been tested, Francisco Hernandez's remaining 10 tabled amendments to clause 3 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendments to clause 9, new section 22A, 1A and B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tacoma, whānga poti e tautoko ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 9, replacing words in new section 22A1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tacoma, whānga poti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendments to clause 10, replacing subclauses 1 to 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tacoma, whānga poti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed.
No.
The question is at part 1, stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru tekau wha ngā pōti whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, come now to part 2, the debate on clauses 32 to 34, amendments to WorkSafe New Zealand Act 2013. The question is at part 2, stand part. Point of order, Arana Williams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I raise a point of order under Standing Order 315, 3 and 4. Mr Chair, the Chair of the committee previously to you offered some guidance to the committee. Firstly, I'm asking you whether that was guidance or a ruling. Mr Chair, I'd like to submit to you that on Tuesday the 12th of May 2009, the House began to vote on the Auckland Super City Bill. The member in charge of the bill was Rodney Hyde, also an ACT Minister. The House ended its voting on that bill at 9:42 p.m. on Saturday, the 16th of May 2009. The reason why 315 has been developed in the way it was through careful negotiation between Labour and National ministers, not only during that committee stage, where 3 speakers' rulings were given, but also in the standing orders review that concluded at the end of that parliament. Mr Speaker, this is a deeply meaningful rule which is intended to change the way that select committees and the House's Committee of the Whole is intended to operate. In that debate, there were 8,000 amendments which were proposed by Labour and Green members. This is not the same as that case. It was important at the time because the Leader of the House, Derry Brownlee, also made comments to media around what was appropriate to debate and what was appropriate in terms of amendments. There was much debate between the Shadow Leader of the House and Minister Grant Robertson at the time as well, which played out and was useful to the development of that rule. Mr Chair, I'm asking you to clarify whether the Speaker previously to you has made a ruling which changes that carefully developed piece of rulings which were informed by that not only public scrutiny but public debate around the kinds of debate that we have in the committee stage. Is it the case that we have made a change which has not been made through a determination of the Business Committee or a Standing Orders Select Committee consideration of this rule, but has been made unilaterally by the Chair before you?
Yes, no, well, you'll be aware of the Speaker commented yesterday in the House. It's always up to the presiding officers to interpret the standing orders. In relation to your question, what the previous presiding officer has said is an interpretation. It's not a new ruling, it is an interpretation under the existing standing order. And as far as the broader negotiations around that, can I suggest that perhaps that some discussions between the party whip and the Speaker, if there is to be looking for, I suppose, a reinterpretation, that those discussions take place. In the meantime, the rulings that you heard from the previous presiding officer are from the Chair interpreting within 315.
Thank you. I will do that and I will take that away. Mr Chair, just wanting to clarify, does the interpretation apply equally to every presiding officer, or is it that presiding officer's view of how amendments will be dealt with?
No, it will be a continuation. The presiding officers, we do obviously discuss, we don't operate in isolation, and the the indications made by the previous presiding officer will continue. Will continue in the absence of any changing to any reinterpretation of 315. Kamala Bellish.
So, part two?
Part two, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Part two is in relation to amendments to the WorkSafe New Zealand Act 2013. Mr Chair, this is an extremely significant part of this bill, although it appears short. It actually makes some very significant changes to the way that WorkSafe works, and I just want to draw the House's attention to this because previously, during the term of this government, WorkSafe has said that they see their role very much more as an influencing role, not as New Zealand's only regulator in relation to health and safety. And yes, they did use the term influencer. This was hugely concerning at the time that this was raised. But Mr Chair, and a question to the Minister is, it appears that this change to the WorkSafe New Zealand Act is implementing a weakening of WorkSafe. And I'll draw the House's attention to the various parts of this bill that does that. So first of all, at clause 34, it inserts a new clause 1, which sets out the purpose of WorkSafe. So this is all new law at 31.1 and outlines what WorkSafe's function is. Now, if you read that, you'll see that it does appear to be mainly providing guidance and advice and recommending codes of practice and instruments and monitor, and there is only one mention of enforcement of compliance with relevant health and safety regulation, and that is not on its own limb. Additionally, in clause 3, there is a repeal to the original Act, and that is in relation to 10C, E, EA and F. And for the House's benefit, I've brought those particular parts up. So the bits that are being deleted are C, monitor and enforce compliance with relevant health and safety legislation, has been deleted. And E, develop codes of practice, although there is some mention of codes of practice in the new section. And then with EA, develop safe work instruments. I'm just checking to see if that is covered under the new definition, and it appears that that one is. And then F, if we look at F, it's to provide guidance, advice and information on work health and safety to persons who have duties and to the public. So my question to the Minister is she choosing to reorganise the purpose of WorkSafe, or is she weakening the powers of WorkSafe? Because on a provisional read of that provision, it does appear that the focus of WorkSafe is not to be a strong health and safety regulator that can hold those with duties to account. It is instead to weaken the purpose of WorkSafe and providing guidance, to influencing workplaces, and not to being the strong health and safety regulator we need. Now, the Minister will need no reminding, and I hope the House doesn't either, that New Zealand has terrible statistics internationally in relation to workplace health and safety. We are behind the UK, we are behind Australia, and that is not a small amount. It is either double or treble the number of workplace accidents that we hear. So there's something not working with our workplace relation, with our workplace health and safety laws when we have those number of people being injured compared to jurisdictions that we compare ourselves to. Now, this bill does not strengthen workplace health and safety in the way that it would need to in order to bring those statistics down. And my concern around the amendments to the WorkSafe Act is that this is further weakening their jurisdiction. They've told us that that's their intention to weaken it, and what I'm asking the Minister is it her intention, through the passage of this legislation, through passing these clauses in Part 2 to actually make workplace more of a guidance model and less of a regulator.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, to the main query that was within that contribution about does this weaken WorkSafe, the answer to this is no. I believe we are strengthening WorkSafe with these changes. We are strengthening WorkSafe by prioritising this new list of main functions and other functions. Makes WorkSafe more focused and effective. And the functions listed are all existing functions, and I note the member went through a number where it was under an assumption that they'd been deleted, but in fact they're actually there as main functions, but they're now prioritised, so WorkSafe knows what to focus on. And the 4 main functions are to provide guidance, advice and information on compliance with relevant health and safety legislation, seems quite legitimate, to develop, review and recommend codes of practice, once again very legitimate, to develop safe work instruments, core business, to monitor and enforce compliance with relevant health and safety legislation. So look, they're all very core and what you would expect the regulator to be doing, to be providing guidance while at the same time also monitoring and enforcing compliance. No functions have been removed in these changes. They have been prioritised. There is only one new function, which is supporting businesses to comply.
Janzanetti, Honourable Janzanetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've got a couple of questions about this, and it is section clause 34 of part 2 is where my questions are based. The first one is why is WorkSafe's main function, why is number 1 not helping reduce workplace injuries and the rate of that and fatalities over time? Like, surely that has to be the number 1 role of WorkSafe, and I know the Minister has talked about what my colleague brought up, but it just seems unbelievable that we would not put that as number 1. But number 2, my questions, actually has come up during and after Select Committee, and it is something that I sort of would like to look at a little bit more closely from the Minister, is that there seems to be from people that have been through the Pike River disaster and tragedy, that there was a conflict of interest at the time, and that has been borne out in the Royal Commission report that came through, seen from the Department of Labour in the handling of Pike River. So where it was inspecting and advising Pike River management, that was seen as a conflict. Now, the new functions as they're being outlined here by WorkSafe seem to be the same. So we've got the role as consultant and giving advice, and the role of the regulator, so like the policeman, and that seems to be the same conflict, and I want assurance from the Minister of how that perceived or real conflict is being managed or will be managed, but also how that can also be a barrier to businesses who are seeking advice on health and safety issues, and that smaller businesses, when they see the regulator and the advisor being one and the same, that they'd be unlikely or maybe unlikely to get the advice from the regulator because of what the Minister has called the fear of the regulator. Like, how will they be able to do that when they've already got that conflict that is, whether it's perceived or real, that conflict that sits there between both the regulator and the advisor? So 2 questions, one regarding, are we going back to a pre-Pike River, and was that the intent? And the second one is around the businesses seeing that perceived or real conflict between that, and how would they be able to access that knowing that that conflict exists?
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to start by touching on clause 33, or discuss clause 33 in terms of the changes to WorkSafe. And I do want to acknowledge both Camilla Bellich and Honourable Gentilini's earlier questions. I guess before I talk about the main objective and objectives and the prioritization that we see here in clause 33, I want to check with the Minister whether there was any advice or any sort of discussions by the Minister or by the officials around comparing what we have here and the Australia system, noting that Australia has, I guess in some ways, better stats or better outcomes for their workers proportionally. But Australia has two separate systems. You know, they've got Safe Work Australia and Work Safe Australia. One does the policy, one does the regulation. And one is the regulator. And I want to check with the Minister that we don't have that system, yet what I'm seeing here, like the previous speaker said, is shifting some of that more towards the policy side and potentially less emphasis on the regulatory side. And I could be wrong, I would be keen to hear from the Minister. But my question is, what sort of conversations or has any work being done on how things are being done in Australia, whether that is being used to map what are some of the changes here? In terms of clause 33, one of the concerns that we have is around the idea that they're prioritizing just critical risk. Now, I would assume that when it comes to WorkSafe, that they are about injury prevention in general. That's from what we heard in Scrutiny Week, and that's one of their core mandates, you know, if we're doing any review or estimates week. But then by shifting it to critical risk only, are they now deprioritizing other workplace injuries? And that is going to be a concern because of the fact that, you know, we discussed, this is a concern that ACC has, that what we're going to be seeing is more workplace injuries that may not be critical risk that still would put a burden on our ACC system. So the two questions for clause 33 is, what then happens? How would WorkSafe prioritize critical risk while not deprioritizing injuries in general? And then what is now the WorkSafe's mandate when it comes to prevention and workplace injury prevention?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Happy to take a couple of these contributions. Jan Tinetti had a query about why isn't reducing harm a function of WorkSafe and WorkSafe's functions. The answer to this is that harm reduction is already covered in the purposes and objectives of the Act and WorkSafe. It's not a function at the moment. WorkSafe's new focus on approved codes of practice and guidance will help PCBUs needing advice. I see this as WorkSafe going back to how it performed when it was first established. However, when we were doing the road shows, what became really apparent was people saying that there had been a shift in WorkSafe that was not a helpful shift. And they had moved more to being policemen. And there were a lot of people who were quite fearful of asking WorkSafe for help. However, that was not the case when it was first established. And so this change will help elevate those four main functions to be of equal importance. However, I believe this will also be very helpful to people. But it's not the case that developing guidance has never been a function of WorkSafe, while at the same time needing to monitor and enforce compliance. And so I think that also then goes to the query from Lawrence Sunan. Our health and safety law is based on the Australian model of the law, and so our regulators' objective functions and powers are equivalent to the Australian jurisdictions. But it's been the case since day dot of WorkSafe that they are providing guidance while at the same time monitoring enforcement.
Lawrence Sudan.
Thank you for that, Minister, because that's very interesting. Because what the Minister has then just clarified is, in fact, we are shifting because, like the minister said, that people might be fearful of WorkSafe from a regulatory perspective, so they're shifting more towards a policy perspective. But if we look at the Australian model I mentioned, Australia has two separate agencies, one for policy and one for regulations. If we have such a system, that makes sense. But if we are having one system where we're only going to be mainly prioritizing policy, but not the regulations part, then what we're seeing is a complete, reduction or weakening of the regulatory function here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is not the case in Australia. Because in fact, WorkSafe Australia, as a regulatory body, is incredibly stringent and powerful, particularly in certain states. WA, for example, very strict, as well as certain parts of Victoria, as well as Victoria as well. So there is also, I understand we don't have a state-federal divide here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, but those two separate bodies functions very separately. So if we have a bill here where WorkSafe essentially split into two different agencies, that would potentially make sense, but that's not the case. So I want to check with the minister again that if that's an accurate, representation of what is happening here, in which case having one agency and deprioritizing regulations is a bit of a concern. I do want to move on to clause 34 though, because I take the point of Honourable Giantinetti around this, where now you're looking at the main functions, and I do acknowledge what the minister said. One of the things that did jump out at me is what is currently listed in Section 10 of WorkSafe New Zealand Act. So in Section 10 currently is a whole list. Basically, the minister pulled out 4 of them and say, these are now your 4 main functions. The rest are all secondary. That's what we see in subclause 1 and 1, 2, and 3. But one of the things that I found was quite interesting, and I want to check with the minister, I have an amendment on this, and that's 80024, is in Section 10G, it says that WorkSafe is only promoting and supporting the likes of, research and education and all of those. For me, promoting and supporting does not mean they themselves do it. Is WorkSafe themselves actively also doing research and also conducting education? Because it doesn't seem to be clear within the current WorkSafe New Zealand Act 2013. So my amendment would, because we are amending Section 10 anyway, I think it's also important for us to look at the functions as a whole from that act, which is open to amendment. And my amendment for Section 10G is to replace promote and support with promote, support, and conduct, just to say that WorkSafe might be doing all 3. I want to check with the minister if the minister would be interested in that amendment.
Minister.
Happy to take this contribution. Look, no, I won't be supporting that amendment, but I thank the member for asking. To some extent, there is a split already in New Zealand in that we have a policy shop being MB, as opposed to having policy coming directly out of WorkSafe. So we have policy, and then we have WorkSafe that does the guidance and enforcement. But the guidance and enforcement has been there since the start. But in terms of that contribution about do we need them to be doing even more research, in some ways that is even MB's role. But I'd be surprised if they didn't do a little bit of it if they wanted to. However, I don't see that as a main function. And this whole purpose here is about aligning it with the Health and Safety at Work Act. So if we're focusing on critical risks and trying to simplify the law within the Health and Safety at Work Act, it does make sense then to have correlating changes to the WorkSafe Act that, of course, there'll be a need for guidance and enforcement. But these are not big changes. The functions of WorkSafe are there in the law. We're simply, like we're doing with critical risks, prioritising what people need to focus on. And here for WorkSafe, given that they have such a range of functions, making sure that they need to prioritise guidance, developing codes of practice, developing safe work instruments, and monitoring and enforcing compliance.
Just for members, when they're approaching the table to pick up papers, could they be aware of what's happening in the House and not getting in the way, particularly during this part where the Minister and a member may be having an interaction? It's just House management. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I very deliberately waited until the member had ceased speaking so that I could come in. So when am I to get the papers?
The member, this is a general observation, not directed at any particular member. It's the timing of it. So the member might just like to sit and calm down, and Lawrence Sunan will continue his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to just have a quick follow-up on the Minister. Thank you, Minister, for your response. Just one quick one, because then what we're seeing is MB is in charge of the policy, and now WorkSafe is also doing some of the research and policy, and very little in terms of the regulatory function. I think in that case, out of the four main functions that the Minister has identified, can I interpret it as D, to monitor and enforce compliance, specifically only that one is fulfilling the regulatory function of WorkSafe now under the main functions?
The Honourable Jan Zanetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And very quickly, when I've gone through this with people in recent times, this particular clause 34 I'm talking about of Part 2, there's been a question about what does that mean for the structural changes in WorkSafe itself, and certainly I have had some information this week that says there's been some disestablishment of some teams in WorkSafe which are critical teams to working with some pretty gnarly issues that we have, and I'm talking about, and I hope I don't offend anybody by saying this, but things that suicide that has been caused from workplace harm. So it seems to me that if that information is correct and those teams are being disestablished, we've got some issues, because we've still got huge issues and terrible statistics in that particular area and other areas. And I want to know what this particular change, because I think that's only fair for people that are asking this question too, will mean for what the structural change of WorkSafe will look like now, and the changes that have been made now and in the last few months, but also going forward, and what future changes that we would expect to see.
Honourable Minister.
Look, happy to take both of these contributions. In terms of Lawrence Sunan's question about does this mean that there is only one regulatory function for WorkSafe being the compliance part? No, I think that's just a misunderstanding of being a regulator. Regulators have multiple roles, and so it's not the fact that regulatory response is only the stick. Sometimes regulators actually have multiple functions, and you can look across regulators all across government. I mean, I think David Seymour pointed out there's nearly over 260 of them. Most of them have multiple roles. It's not just to enforce compliance. There are other elements to it as well. And so for WorkSafe, this simply clarifies which functions are central to the regulator's core role, but it's not saying that there's only one role within WorkSafe. In fact, it's talking about there's multiple regulatory functions within that regulator. To the second contribution of Jan Zanetti, suicide is a very, very important issue in this country, and one that we shouldn't make light of at all. However, the difficulty with the member raising it here is to try and figure out what the specific interaction of that with this law is, because she's really talking about having heard of some potential operational change within WorkSafe. Now, I would suggest that is better as a question suited to the Chief Executive of WorkSafe, potentially at the next hearing where the Chief Executive would be present, as I don't actually have an effect on the operational side of WorkSafe. as opposed to the law and the legal effect of the legislation, which is what we are actually talking about today. So I don't want to get into that more operational side.
Chair?
Honourable Jansen.
Yeah, very quickly then, and I am talking about the legislation. I want, and surely that has been thought about by the Minister, what potential, and the Minister must have had those conversations as you're developing this legislation, changes would you see in the structure and the work of WorkSafe as a result of this legislation? This legislation deliberately makes a change to the functions of WorkSafe. So I'm trying to get an understanding of what that would look like, and it is a question that is being asked. I totally agree that there is an operational component to that, but at the same time, as ministers and as a minister, there must have been a discussion about what that would look like or could look like.
Dr. Lawrence Dunard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick question from me. Thank you, Minister. I was mainly referring to the new main functions. I understand there are also additional functions that WorkSafe will have in terms of the regulation, the regulatory aspects. Can I just check from me, with this new main functions from WorkSafe, how would that then interact with the existing action plans and the prioritization within WorkSafe as an organization? Would you expect WorkSafe to also be, I guess, restructuring or reprioritizing to a certain extent based on this? Is that something WorkSafe have already done and this just happens to line up with what they're doing? Or does the Minister expect something new, some new changes within WorkSafe?
Kamala Balich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in relation to Part 2, what is the Minister's view around the responsibility that she has as the Minister responsible for WorkSafe for providing direction to WorkSafe in terms of the way that they implement the operational directions? Obviously, there are changes here to the primary piece of legislation that directs WorkSafe in everything that they do, and I've heard the Minister say that how they implement that is operational. How is she going to be holding them to account given these changes which seek to change their priorities? What is the Minister's role in implementing this piece of legislation, and how will she hold WorkSafe to account?
Happy to take this. Look, I think there's a potential difference of opinion in how legislation and the debate around this is supposed to take place, as opposed to the Minister's day-to-day interactions with the Chief Executive of a regulatory agency. And what I'm doing here today is changing the law. And to Camilla Balich, Jan Tinetti and Lawrence Dunan's query about how this affects operations, that is set out in things like the statements of performance expectations and the Minister's letters of expectations, which we revise yearly, and we do ongoing analysis of, and I have monthly meetings with the Chief Executive of the Board, as well as the Chief Executive, the Chair of the Board, as well as the Chief Executive of WorkSafe. But the operational side itself, I see, is sitting somewhat at length of what the specific debate is today, which is about simply in these clauses 32 to 34, reprioritising some of the current functions of WorkSafe so that we are prioritising the providing guidance, developing approved codes of practice, developing safe work instruments, and monitoring and enforcing compliance. We're not going into the day-to-day operations of WorkSafe as an agency, and those things are mainly dealt with through the select committee processes.
Lawrence Dunard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with due respect to the Minister, I understand that the Minister is not in charge of the day-to-day operations of WorkSafe, but the policy intent that the Minister will have would affect the operations of WorkSafe. So I'm not asking whether the Minister understands the nuance of the operations of WorkSafe, but more like this is something that has signaled for a while. we have a regulatory impact statement dated to 2015. In the conversations that Minister had with WorkSafe, has the Minister given indication of, through the changes in this bill, that there's a ministerial expectations of changes within WorkSafe that now needs to align with the new prioritization and the main functions that is now detailed, as opposed to one long list? Now you've got 4 main ones. Has that come up?
Yep, so I'll tidy this off, but I might start repeating myself ad nauseum. That has changed through the appropriation structure that has also taken place in Budget 2026 with changes to the appropriations and the fact that we have now buckets of funds as opposed to just one appropriation in general, which splits out money being given to guidance as well as money given to compliance, and there are different funds structures there, and that will be how I monitor that going forward. But also, yes, I have had ongoing conversations with the Chief Executive and senior leadership at WorkSafe in terms of how do we gear up for legislative change. That is already underway with guidance being produced, ready to go out the door as soon as the legislation takes effect, if not earlier. But there's also been ongoing conversation since my 2024 roadshow about how we ensure that WorkSafe is currently meeting the Minister's expectations, external to what the legislation itself says, that they should be more proactive in providing guidance. WorkSafe has done, over the last year, quite a long process of stripping old guidance documents that are no longer relevant from the website, changing how people can actually go and talk to WorkSafe about their queries. We had far too many different ways of getting in touch with WorkSafe, and we're streamlining that. There's a lot of operational stuff that sits outside of the legislation that happens in terms of the operations. But this law that we are debating today does not touch, I don't believe, a lot on that. I believe that is met mainly through the letters of expectations and the statements of performance expectations.
Cabinet Ballich.
Minister, when the first reading of this bill passed, you made a public comment to state that the bill will require WorkSafe to move from an approach of accepting everyone to address every possible risk towards one which WorkSafe provides guidance on critical risks. How does that statement work with the general objectives of the primary piece of legislation to create healthier and safer workplaces? Is this change to require workplace to only focus on critical risks, which I appreciate is stated in her public statements on the bill? How does that consistent with the purpose of the Health and Safety at Work Act? Because it appears on the face of it to be the opposite.
Look, happy to take that, but it also in part talks to the difficulty that came from Lawrence Sunan's contribution of the regulator can actually have multiple functions. And Camilla Ballich's question there was, is this requiring WorkSafe to only focus on critical risks? No, because the 4 main functions it talks about are things like developing, reviewing and recommending codes of practice and developing safe work instruments. Safe work instruments are not necessarily a function of the critical risks under here. They're a separate thing in and of themselves, and monitoring and enforcing compliance with the relevant health and safety legislation. Now, we acknowledge that there is a prioritisation of critical risks, but to the member's original point of wanting everybody to focus on all risks all the time, WorkSafe still has to manage the non-critical risks for the large organisations as well. So no, it's not the case that WorkSafe is only focusing on critical risks, because if they focused only on critical risks, it wouldn't focus on the risks that the large businesses have to monitor as well.
Camilla Ballich's tabled amendments to Part 2, deleting provisions relating to critical risk, are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 34.1, new Section 10.1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes against.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru tekau wha ngā pōti e tautoko ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes 67. The question is not agreed. Thanks for your patience, members. We're just accommodating some late amendments here. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to delete clause 33(2) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes against.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tekoma whānga pōti whakaai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment replacing clause 33(b) is out of order, is not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Te Aotearoa's tabled amendments deleting provisions. The question is Te Aotearoa's tabled amendments deleting provisions in clause 33 and 34 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tekoma whānga pōti e tautoko ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Unan's tabled amendments to clause 34 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tekoma whānga pōti e tautoko ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Members, there are 4 amendments in the name of Francisco Hernandez proposing to replace clause 34(3). To test the will of the committee, I'll put the question on one of those amendments. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 34(3), repealing section 10E, EA and F be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru Tekoma whānga pōti e tautoko ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Members, the will of the committee having been tested, Francisco Hernandez's remaining 3 tabled amendments to clause 34(3) are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Wharis.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapkini.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, before I come to part 3, you'll note that the discussion, the questions, very well put together questions around the decisions to group amendments. The quid pro quo of that will be, you'll note that the Speaker said yesterday, time is better spent on debate than on voting. And that will be a consideration of the Chair when considering a closure motion. Members, we come now to part 3. Part 3, this is debate on clauses 35 to 38, amendments to health and safety at work, general risk and workplace management regulations 2016. The question is that part 3 stand part. Kamala Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we look at part 3, we see the impact of the changes that the government is making to the health and safety system in New Zealand. And I have some specific questions around the general risk and workplace management regulations and the impact that the Minister intends that these have on New Zealand workplaces. So I'll start first with clause 36. Clause 36 affects the regulation, that's a general regulation to provide information, supervision, training and instruction. At the moment, this is a general regulation that applies to all workplaces, and it talks about making sure that if a worker who carries out any work of any kind, uses plants or equipment of any kind, or deals with a substance of any kind, is trained to ensure that they don't cause risk in the workplace. So this effect of 36 is to state that that only is in relation to critical risk. So my question to the Minister is, what is her intention and what is her purpose of removing the duty to provide information, supervision and training and limiting it to critical risk, and what is the likely impact on PCBUs of 20 and under due to this change that she's put in place in Regulation 9. And I do have a number of questions. I don't know if the Minister's ready to answer that now, but I do have some questions in relation to the other clauses, which are similar. I take it that I'll move to those questions now, unless the Minister is ready to respond.
Yep. Yeah. No, Minister, the Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Yeah, look, I think this should knock off quite a few of the contributions that will come from here, but in essence, these amendments in clauses 36 to 38 give effect to the small PCBU critical risk limitation that is set out in clause 11, new section 25A1A2. And so it is clarifying that the duties apply to small PCBUs only in relation to critical risks.
Kamala Bellich.
Thank you to the Minister for answering that question so quickly. However, I'm not sure if it was sufficiently addressed in terms of the information I was wanting to obtain from that answer. I do understand, and I think the House understands, that on the clear reading of this, there is a carve-out, and I know I use that language because that's the language that the Minister has used publicly in relation to small businesses, a carve-out in relation to small businesses that only now have to deal with critical risk. That's understood. The question that I have in relation to training is what is the impact that is likely to be on workplaces in New Zealand for those small workplaces. Another question that I have, which is similar, which might help illuminate the type of response that I'm looking to get, is if we look at clause 37 and we look at the general duty of a PCBU to provide personal protective equipment. And we see that, I've got that in front of me now, Regulation 15 of the General Risk and Workplace Management Regulations. Now that clause states that personal protective equipment must be given to workers unless it's already been provided by another PCBU, and it has fines in there. So that this is a very specific question too. The fines that a PCBU would attract if they do not provide personal protective equipment would be $10,000 and $50,000 for an individual or another person, presumably a company. My question to the Minister again is, what is her expectation in terms of change of behaviour that implementing the specific regulation that, as the Minister has stated herself, carves out small businesses from this regulation? What can New Zealand workers expect? Because it appears to me that the Minister is removing, literally, personal protective equipment or the requirement to provide such apart from in the most risky situations. And so these are very practical questions. I don't feel the question in relation to 36 has been answered yet. And 37, I understand the critical risk, we've been over that, but I want to know what is the practical implication for New Zealand workers of these changes.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you. Look, happy to give this one a go for you. So look, in terms of the question originally about the training aspect and how this relates, look, the use of machinery as an example, or if you're a company that uses hazardous substances, those would be classified as things that need management as critical risks, and so training for those types of critical risks would still remain. It is simply the lower level training for minor risks that would not be a requirement under the law. Things like how to use a standard kitchen tap would not be a requirement for someone to need to know how to use, but for serious critical risks like hazardous machinery and substances, those would require training. Similarly, I think the main point here when it relates to PPE, as it relates also to the training, is quite a lot of the stories that I heard when I was doing the roadshow approximately 2 years ago now, where people believed that workers on work sites as well as business managers were not taking training or PPE seriously because you have so much of it. And if you have so much training where it's not apparent what is actually important training as opposed to just training for the sake of it or compliance for the sake of it, you start to have less effect. It starts to mean less to people, and that's the same for PPE. If you see PPE everywhere all the time on everything that you're working on, there also is the potential impact that people no longer feel like they need to actually acknowledge the risks, and they are not able to discern as well between a low and a high risk. And you see this in all sorts of environments, in all sorts of different workplaces. However, the changes here mean that providing PPE and ensuring workers use it are required when they actually need it. Whereas, there are real harms from substances or equipment that the PPE is being provided for critical risks. It does mean that businesses don't need to be worried about providing it for lower risks, but I think the ultimate impact will be that both businesses and workers, when they're dealing with training and PPE, will take it far more seriously than they currently do, because it will actually identify and mean you're dealing with a significant harm.
Dr. Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that response, Minister. But I think it is important, following on from the Minister's response and my colleague Camilla Bellage, is that what Minister said is correct. It is human nature. It is within our human nature that if we constantly have something repetitive over and over again, whether it's small risk or even critical risk, there's been no injury as a result of that. Our brain is trained to deprioritize the risk, to give an example to the House. We often, when we're driving, we don't think about the potential impact of driving until we have an accident or something happens, in which case, for a little while, we're going to be really cautious about how we drive until our brain is trained to desensitize ourselves that we no longer consider that to be important. Because what the minister is saying is actually not simply about prioritizing critical risk or non-critical risk, but describing a general human nature. And I don't think that within this particular part, the changes we're going to be making, per what Camilla Bellich mentioned before, we are going to be seeing that shift in behavior just because now the small PCBUs are only going to be focusing on critical risk and not non-critical risk. You're still going to be seeing the same sort of human behavior manifesting. I think that is important because, to be honest, for the minister, that is one of the key considerations and barriers for health and safety managers or anything who works in health and safety is around that human nature. But I think pandering to this idea that people are going to be, oh, well, we can't then prioritize or etc., doesn't actually address the baseline issues that we're seeing manifesting in this part. I want to check a couple of other things regarding when it comes to PPE, and I want to test a couple of things with the minister. The first thing is I want to test the scenario that, for example, in the event of the pandemic, PPE was huge. We were expected to wear masks, etc., as a way of reducing transmission. Under this new requirement where PCBU no longer need to provide PPE in the context of unless it's a critical risk, in the event of a pandemic, for example, or let's say the peak of flu season, would the minister still consider the provision of PPE to still be considered a critical risk? And if not, why not? And other things when it comes to I guess both in terms of clause 37 and clause 38, in terms of providing PPE and also ensuring a PPE is worn and used, is, you know, again, what we're not hearing from the minister is that actual practicality. You know, as someone who works in health and safety, I see in terms of what the workers' behavior is. So I guess from a minister's perspective, what then is the tangible experience the minister has had when you're looking at how to ensure workers, whether it's for critical risk or non-critical risk, PPE is being worn. And I want to draw to the minister to an earlier discussion that we had, which I also think is important pertaining to this section, is when we're looking at the hierarchy of intervention, that PPE is a way of using an engineering, I guess, an intervention. If we're cutting that out, what are then other considerations for a small PCBU when it comes to non-critical risk regarding elimination, mitigation, signage, and also bottom, you know, at the bottom, do nothing. So those are my three questions to the minister so far.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Look, I thank the member for his contribution. Look, I think he speaks to a real problem here, which is how you affect culture change. And this is essentially what the aim of the bill is designed to do, which is to allow companies and workers to take critical risks far more seriously, to identify risks and focus on real risks rather than compliance for the sake of it, and compliance and policies that are not necessarily followed. Because that was something that we heard a lot when we went to talk to people on the ground outside of Wellington in 2024, that there is a sense of desensitization to risks because people are being asked to manage all risks all the time. And therefore, with companies and businesses and workers who have limited time and resource to figure out what it is that they need to try and manage, it is in some ways overwhelming. How do we ensure that when they are doing training, when they're using PPE, when they are doing their day-to-day operations, they are identifying and managing the things that will truly cause harm and not focusing on the wrong things. And that's what this entire bill has been about. Yes, there is a sense of desensitisation to the risks. I think the impact of this law will mean that people focus on the right things and that we have more interest in stamping out the critical risks and managing them. But that is the focus behind this law. When the member was discussing the use of PPE and whether or not COVID or another COVID or a pandemic could come through and what would be the requirements there, that was actually addressed under the public health law during COVID, not through the health and safety law, so that was managed under a different form of legislation.
The Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a little bit of a follow-up to that answer in that the Minister's talking about desensitisation to risks. And isn't there a fear then that we're not identifying all of the risks in those smaller PCBUs under this particular bill, trying to solve a problem or a perceived problem by saying that they're only focusing on critical risks? And I want to use a little, like my colleague from the Greens, I want to use a little bit of a scenario around clause 36, which talks about the information supervision, training and instruction. And if a business or a PCBU is only identifying critical risks and they were a business that required their workers to lift some boxes, not all the time, but lift some boxes and put them onto shelves maybe, which, happens in quite a number of businesses, but they didn't see that there were any critical risks that came from that. So they didn't identify and they didn't provide any training or instruction around the right ways to do that. And over time, they started to see that their workers were getting back injuries or musculoskeletal injuries that were forcing them to take time off work. But because they didn't identify that because it wasn't a critical risk, then isn't that an issue that this bill is creating? So it's in trying to save that desensitising, this is actually creating another issue, and isn't that maybe an unintended consequence of what this bill is trying to solve? So, and I ask this quite sincerely, that by taking that away, by taking that focus on all risks away from those PCBUs, we're actually going to create more of an issue. And that is what people did bring up a lot in Select Committee and since then. So it's a genuine question that I'm asking of the Minister.
Yep, happy to respond. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I disagree. I think in part what we have here is looking at identifying the risks, and under the current law, the small PCBUs have to identify all their risks now, and they will continue to have to identify their risks, but they only have to manage their critical risks. And in identifying their risks, the PCBU needs to look at, among other things, at their activities and incidents and injuries that they do have. But in part, what I think the member is not referring to is the fact that we are also asking WorkSafe to develop and produce guidance on risks, as well as having more approved codes of practice, which would be set by industries, which would say, if you would like to try and comply with the law, here is what you need to do. And those are industry standards that over time will be developed to actually help produce that on-the-ground guidance of what are the critical risks in certain activities across industries. And I think this in part is points to the fact that we've actually well designed the system, that you are focusing not on everything under the sun, prioritising the critical areas that will create harm, but you're also allowing industry to be leaders on what are the critical risks within their own workspaces. And I think that is actually a much better way of getting culture change across this country, rather than having WorkSafe as the one saying we're setting all the standards for everything that you need to do and we're here as the bad guys. We are actually allowing industry with unions and workers to set those standards for themselves with WorkSafe's help and guidance to do the technical elements of those ACOPs. But that will, in essence, be far stronger for cultural change across New Zealand. Lawrence Yunan also then had a query about PPE and how it was then fitting into the hierarchy of controls. And PPE is one of the hierarchy of control measures a PCB uses to minimise risks that cannot be eliminated. It is to be applied only after all other higher controls have been found to be ineffective or not reasonably practicable. So higher controls could be isolating the hazard or substituting the hazard with something less risky.
Camilla Ballard.
Madam Chair. I mean, I think we're getting really to the heart of this bill now, which is we are looking at the removal from regulation of fines for small businesses who don't comply with health and safety laws. And I think if you want to look for some actual change, then that is certainly two areas where, in terms of the levels of the fine, that are being changed by this bill. But I still feel that in terms of the motivation and the actual impact on work sites, that we haven't had a clear answer on what change will be. And I wanted to ask the Minister, can she provide the House with some examples of personal protective equipment that would be worn to protect from risk, but would not be useful for critical risk? And the reason I ask this question is because it appears to me that most protective equipment would protect against both critical risk and also risk that wouldn't meet the standard of critical risk. And so what I would like to hear from the Minister is it by specifically removing the requirements for small businesses from these clauses, and I've touched on my last contribution in 36 and 37, but 38 is also important. And the reason 38 is important is that this is the duty that extends to making sure that other people that you might be responsible for in a PCBU. Sorry, were you in the Select Committee, Minister Watts? Well, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. Does it take a call?
Actually, this is wasting time.
This is very interesting to hear Minister Watts heckle across the House against the requirement for people in small businesses to have personal protective equipment. I'm certainly, there's a lot of people on the North Shore who may be hurt and maimed by the fact that these are being removed. So whether it's being covered in Select Committee or not, we don't have the Minister and the Chair in Select Committee, and this is our chance of the opposition to actually put key questions. If this is a waste of time, this was started by the Minister.
Okay, that's enough. We don't have the debate across the House.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would actually like an answer to that question. I don't believe it has been covered. I don't think that we have heard from the Minister about the exact reason that suddenly these small businesses who might be providing personal protective equipment will not be providing personal protective equipment, and the logic for that, in that most personal protective equipment will provide protection from risk, from harm, and also critical risk. So I think a specific example, and we've heard some scenarios raised by members as well, but this is important because this is how the bill will actually be interpreted. We haven't covered 38 before, so specifically that duty in relation to personal protective equipment used by other persons. Appreciate an answer from the Minister on that.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Look, happy to take Camilla Bellich's contributions. Look, the original query was about fines and the belief that somehow this is all about just removing fines. I just wanted to clarify that the key enforcement mechanisms and penalties that WorkSafe uses remain unchanged in this law. But second to that, I was asked questions about being very specific about particular types of PPE that could be used in certain companies for critical risks and not for other risks, and for non-critical activities and other critical activities. And look, I'm just not going to get into the ins and outs. There are so many different businesses and companies and individual arrangements, but I'll give a very clear example of one area where you'd have some PPE for a critical risk where you wouldn't then use it around the rest of the work site. And, you might be a welder. You think of a welder, you've got an actual, very physical mask that you're needing to wear for a very high hazard environment. But you don't need to use that for every single thing a welder is doing every single day. You need to do it for the act of welding, but you don't need to wear that around the entire work site at all times. So, that's one clear example of something that fits into critical risk, where you wouldn't need to wear it in the lunchroom, for example, or you wouldn't need to wear it doing some other activity as a welder. And I'm sure all welders out there listening to that would say, well, of course you don't, that's just silly. But look, that's just a clear example of something that's a PPE for critical risk, but not for non-critical risk. But I'm not going to go into the ins and outs because there are just so many different industry types and we'll just waste time here.
Lawrence Sunan.
Chair, I just want to check a couple of the responses from the Minister. Thank you for responding to my questions. But just to the last example that the Minister gave, surely, the thing is the rules are very clear currently that some of those are already in existing legislation and we don't need to have an additional carve-out, surely. The two things the Minister responded to, the comment around the fact that she's heard people who said that they're overwhelmed by the volume of the different kind of risks that I have to manage, which then cause the desensitization. I do want to check that, is that anecdotal or is that empirical? Is there empirical evidence that the Minister have that suggests volume affect desensitization? Because what I mentioned before in terms of emotional habituation and normalization of deviance, those are genuine psychological basis and are well researched in terms of how that does affect desensitization, whether it's critical risk or not. So I want to check with the evidential basis for the idea that volume lead to that. And this is clause 36 and 37. Regarding, 38 for that question. For clause 37, just in terms of the hierarchy of controls, thank you, Minister, for responding to that question as well. I guess that then does raise a new question, which is around the use of PPE sits around mid-lower range of hierarchy of controls. But then by splitting that out and saying that the hierarchy of controls with PPE will only be for critical risk for small PCBU, does that mean that small PCBU will still need to fulfill their requirement for non-critical risk for the higher tiered hierarchy of control in terms of health and safety management, such as elimination or mitigations / limitation?
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested, and this is my first call on this bill, but I have been listening to the Minister's responses and am interested in this carve-out with the small businesses, as we've been calling them, but of course it's small, all of the PCBUs. And I note in an answer to another question, another part, the Minister referred to the fact that whilst most businesses are small businesses in number, the fact that the employed members are 27% of the workforce is employed by these greater number but smaller workforce entities. She then also said that the groups that are exempted in the definitions of small includes the 9-month exemption. So I'm wondering if the Minister can comment on how many there are that are not just the 27% of the normal definition of small business, being the Minister has said that the 20 employees comes from this normal, convenient definition of small businesses, being the 27% of the workforce. How many then is added to that? being this additional exemption of the 9 months. And then that is relevant to part 3, of course, because this is where we see the carve-out coming. So the question is about, does the Minister know how many people this carve-out will apply to? It's clearly more than 27% of the workforce. How much more, and how can she be comfortable with that?
Madam Chair.
Lawrence Unanan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, just a very quick clarification from you. The Minister has actually been very good in terms of seeking advice and also answering our questions diligently. If we do get to a situation and we finish this part, just seeking your guidance that we're able to allow the Minister to continue some of those responses, unless she has them now, when we move to the next section.
I can answer.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Yes, so to Lawrence Unan's question about the small PCBUs and do they need to apply other controls to non-critical risks, small PCBUs do not have to manage non-critical risks, so they do not need to supply the PPE for the non-critical risks. He also queried about the empirical evidence. And look, there was a lot of anecdotal evidence, but I would also note that in Labour's objection, I think, to the 2015 Act, when I was reading the Select Committee report and the minority view from Labour, there was also a concern that maybe there was too much influence by anecdotal evidence. And I would say, in something like this, when you're actually going out and talking to people on the ground, like the Kiwis out there every day doing the hard work, that is important information. We don't just need to have statistics and surveys. We can actually go and talk to people who don't usually get captured by government consultation. And many of the people that I was talking to out there around New Zealand said it was the first time they've ever met a government minister, let alone interacted with a government department. And, I think it is important for us to take their concerns quite strongly. We don't need to just listen to people who are so-called experts. We can actually listen to the people doing the hard yakka. But our officials are aware of international evidence about the disproportionate effect of health and safety compliance requirements on small PCBUs as opposed to large businesses. I would also say that there have been some surveys that I've seen. There was a SiteSafe survey as well that talked about the vast majority of people who replied to that survey believing that they needed to simplify the law for small businesses as well as focusing on critical risks. So this was very popular as a policy platform, but also shows that this is not the government acting alone. There were actually quite a lot of people out there in the real economy who also believe that there's too much regulation on small business. I think even the MYOB Business Insight survey talked about the fact that this was one of the top 3 things they wanted the government to do was simplify health and safety for small businesses. Rachel Brooking had a query about the small business PCBUs and once again the seasonal fluctuation. I would really suggest that that's mainly been ticked off in the previous parts. But it is true the majority of New Zealand businesses have fewer than 10 employees. That's 94% have fewer than 10 employees. And my officials advise that they expect few businesses to actually fluctuate around that 20 worker threshold.
I call Cameron Luxon.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. The party vote's called for, Mr.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Is it 4 votes? 4 votes opposed.
Tāku Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Reo Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Camilla Ballard has tabled amendments to Part 3, deleting provisions relating to critical risk and small PCBUs are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendments to clauses 36 to 38 are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendments deleting clauses 36 to 38 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mary Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Part 3 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Mary Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is on Schedule 1 that the Minister's tabled amendment to Schedule 1 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Mary Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Schedule 1 to replace may be in Clause 29.2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mary Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Schedule 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Mary Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Schedule 2. Camilla Ballard's tabled amendment to delete Schedule 2 is ruled out of order as being a direct negation of the question. Members, there are 6 amendments to Schedule 2 making insertions into new Schedule 1A in the names of Green Party members. test the will of the committee, I'll put the question on one of those amendments. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, inserting an item relating to firefighting into new Schedule 1A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no?
No.
The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Miramina Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. A point of order, the Honourable Dr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope I'm not preempting it, but I heard you say that you were going to take amendments together that were from Green Party members. Now, I just want some clarification here, because I had heard that the chair, an earlier chair, had indicated that amendments from a particular member might be grouped together if they were on the same subject matter. But it would be very unusual to do it across party lines, because every member has an individual right to have an amendment tabled and considered. So I'm just wondering on what basis, on what Speaker's ruling or standing order, amendments are being grouped on party lines rather than coming from a particular member.
Well, we have, as was explained earlier, some advice from Mr. Speaker on the grouping of the votes, the questions that were being put, and so in order to expedite the bills and focus on the debate rather than the voting, this is how we are grouping them.
Point of order, and I see you might have some advice coming, but my point being, I understand that, and we certainly fully endorse focusing on the debate in committee stages, and so we have heard that from the Speaker in the House. The grouping of identical or highly similar amendments is well recognised in Speaker's rulings and standing orders, but the grouping on the premise that they come from the same party is certainly not. So that does not seem consistent with the statement of the Speaker from the Chair, but I see you've got advice.
I understand your question. So the advice I have is that you're referring to the first vote that we had to test the will of the committee, which was based on the Green Party. That is a selection of questions or amendments, not grouping. So they weren't grouped by part, but they did come from the same party. So there is a difference between selection and grouping. Hope that's helpful.
Speaking to that point of order.
Speaking to the point of order, Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do want to double check in terms of, I appreciate what the Chair has just said. I want to double check in terms of our interpretation of Standing Orders 315A. So if in this case you are testing the will, my understanding is if you are selecting from a sample, I'll be clear, it would be good for us to know under what standing order that pertains to, because my understanding on the Standing Orders 315, in particular, 315.3, is that when we're looking at, even in terms of the sampling of that, it must fulfill all three requirements of Standing Orders 315 3A to C. But if we're starting to select it based on either one of those, then it will be good for the House to understand that that is now going to be a new interpretation of that particular standing order. Because in Standing Orders 3153A, it specifies that amendments stand in the name of the same member as opposed to different members or from a political party. So that clarification between grouping and sample is helpful, and which standing order is that sampling now coming from, because I'm unaware of that particular standing order.
Well, Mr. Speaker did make it clear when he addressed the House yesterday that he wants to ensure that the House runs smoothly and that debate on particular bills is done thoroughly and the House is not distracted by hours and hours of voting. That is not helpful in the running of the House, and it's certainly not good use of House time. If nothing else, the cost of that to the taxpayers does not add any value to the passage of legislation. I'm just taking some more advice. So the member has asked about the relevance of the different, so 3153 and 4. 3153 applies to the grouping of the amendments, and 3154 is the presiding officer testing the will of the committee and allowing for those amendments to be voted on together. And so that we use the assistance of the clerks to do that in the back house in preparation for the votes. Yeah. Okay. Members, the will of the committee having been tested, the remaining 5 tabled amendments to Schedule 2 in the names of Dr. Lawrence Zunan, Tiano Tuiono, Huhana Linden and Francisco Hernandez are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tākut Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Miramana Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Now come to our final debate. This is the debate on clauses 1 and 2. Title and commencement. Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, as discussed in Part 1, I have tabled an amendment to change the commencement date so that all provisions of the bill come into force on 1 April 2027.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're in this, Madam Chair, since you have raised it in terms of what the Speaker mentioned yesterday, and I do endorse what the Speaker mentioned in terms of the amendments, but I think one part of what the Speaker mentioned yesterday is also a reminder to ministers not to put in last-minute amendments. But we're in this peculiar situation where this is probably the first time where we have seen a tabled amendment by a minister that is not even released ahead of time. So I do want to check with the minister on where this... I've seen a lot of yapping over on the other side, and I recommend that that member actually get up and take a call, and I see so little that that government is doing, or that party is doing at all when it comes to the discussion.
And I recommend the member comes back to the bill.
So
Clauses 1
I do
and
want to
2.
know from the Minister on why this particular amendment with the date came about, because I feel like what we've seen in terms of the public announcement from the Minister is in some ways inadequate, but also noting that this tabled amendment has no explanatory note attached to it. So there's no way for the House to know where this amendment even came about. So I think it will be really useful as a starting point for the Minister to explain how this amendment came about.
Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too would like to acknowledge the amendment that the Minister has put forward and how late that came into being. But I also would like to acknowledge the tabled amendment of my colleague Camilla Bellich, who put almost an identical amendment in prior to the Minister's amendment, also talking about making the commencement date the 1st of April 2027. And I will point out there to my colleague that there's a really good explanatory note there, so perhaps that might help the Minister as well in her answer to that question. But what I will say is the very first thing that I said in this debate is that this gives us an opportunity to talk about why this extension has come into play of the commencement date. And we know that there have been some discussions that have been going on between the coalition partners in this particular area. We have a number of tabled amendments about alternative dates that go out even further, and I dare say that the Minister probably won't take those into account. But this is my first statement in this debate was about the fact that why are we even having this debate at the moment? Because this effectively kills this bill. This amendment kills this bill. This is exactly what it does. It will kill the bill. Because we know that there are parties in the coalition team on that side of the House that have stated that they would get rid of this bill if they were elected back in. We know that this side of the House will get rid of this bill if we get elected in. And so, therefore, the bill is dead in the water. That is why this debate has been absolute waste of time. I really invite members on the other side to take a call. They haven't taken calls other than trying to close the debate the whole time. But I invite those members to take this call. I love the fact that we've got some of them, Madam Chair, who think that they know a lot about what's going on, who haven't been anywhere near this select committee. So, Madam Chair, when we come to this amendment, it is likely that we will actually support this. But I too would like to ask the Minister why this amendment came into being, because there isn't an explanatory note that goes there. And I think that's really important because it was very late in the piece that this got tabled. We've seen some of the commentary that's been through the media, but it would be nice to know whether that was accurate or not, and nice to know that what the discussions have been between the coalition partners in this particular case, because we can only speculate on what has come through the media. So those are my questions for the Minister.
Oh, happy to take.
Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Oh, look, very happy to take a contribution. Look, the member originally started talking about how she thought the bill was a waste of time. I would counter that by saying a number of the contributions by the opposition have been a waste of time. The bill itself is good work, and we very much look forward to it being passed today. However, when it comes to the need for a commencement date shift, look, the change will provide more time for businesses, workers and sector groups to understand the law and to develop advice and guidance. Now, if the member wishes to be privy to coalition discussions, she may wish to attempt to get into a coalition, but I can tell you We've got 3 parties in the coalition that are working very well together. All 3 parties will pass this bill together, and I look forward to having the coalition come back in the 2026 election.
Dr. Vanessa Wienink. The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Mirameno Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Honourable Giantinetti's 9 tabled amendments to Clause 1 are ruled out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. Tiano Tuiono's tabled amendment to Clause 1 is out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 1 is out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 against.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mirameno Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Mirameno Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to the Minister's tabled amendment to Clause 2, replacing 1 April 2027 with 1 April 2028, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mirameno Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to the Minister's tabled amendment to Clause 2, replacing 1 April 2027 with a date set by order in Council, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mirameno Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Minister's tabled amendment to Clause 2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Camilla Bellich's tabled amendments to Clause 2 are ruled out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. Honourable Jan Tinetti's 5 tabled amendments to Clause 2 are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Clause 2, as amended, stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Rea Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. I will report this bill with amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Health and Safety at Work Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First. 8 votes in favour. Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Rea Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 55. The ayes have it. Point of order, Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to seek your guidance, Madam Speaker, because we have had a Speaker's guidance yesterday regarding amendments, which we have seen that while we're trying to figure out what the new guidance would mean. But I want to check with you, Madam Speaker, because one part that was quite clear with what the Speaker said yesterday is also a warning, I guess a recommendation, I guess, to ministers to be able to submit amendments on time, and that there is a sufficient time for the House to discuss, particularly when there are tabled amendments by the minister. But what we have found was that there were very few opportunities. In fact, we were only able to take 1 call each as opposition on the tabled amendments. And this is the first time I've seen a tabled amendment by a minister.
Can I just ask the member to clarify, is the member referring to the commencement clause?
Yes, I am referring
debate?
to the commencement clause.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have seen part of that debate, and I understand there were questions being asked. There's only a small amount of answers people can give to a commencement bill, but I will say that the recommendation that the Speaker gave yesterday relates to there's been a number of ministers' amendment papers on different pieces of legislation. So from what I've seen on that particular one, where it was a commencement clause, I believe the debate may have been efficient. I haven't seen it all, but I'm pretty happy with what I saw.
Speaker, just speaking to that point of order, I guess the other element of that is what we have seen is not only a minister's amendment, but also looking at title and commencement on the whole, where we were supposed to, under Speaker's ruling, be able to also summarize some of the content of the committee stage as a part of a title debate. But noting that in that debate we had earlier, understanding that we're still trying to figure our way into what the new system would be, I do want to address the fact, and this is one of the reasons why we oppose the reporting, is because of the fact that there were no calls being taken that allowed us to summarize the title, using the title as to summarize the debate.
Thank you for the point of order. And what I will say is that the Speaker made these ruling yesterday, gave an observation and said this is how we would like to go forward. We're all having a learning opportunity here in the interests of the New Zealand public to give them a better debate and a legislation. So I just think we need to, we've got quite a few hours ahead of us this week where we can actually try and, perfect any concerns people have. Thank you.
Point of order.
Speaking to the point of order, Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you. And this is just a small clarification point that the Minister had made an amendment to that title and commencement section, and there were only 2 calls that were able to be taken on that part 1. So it was relevant to what the Speaker said yesterday, where he advised ministers not to do late amendments. And if they were doing that, then it was important that the opposition members got a chance to fully scrutinise that.
So thank you for that feedback. And as I say, we've got a few hours this week to, I don't know if we'll ever perfect it, but we've got a few hours this week to work on it. Thank you. So the Health and Safety at Work Amendment Bill is set down for 3rd reading immediately. Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Health and Safety at Work Amendment Bill be now read a 3rd time. Madam Speaker, I move that the Health and Safety at Work Amendment Bill...
Yes, I've got, yes. And do you have...
I don't have a legislative statement for this.
Okay. In that case, you can just... I didn't believe you did, so you can carry on with your speech.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this bill is about restoring clarity, common sense and focus to New Zealand's work, health and safety system. At its core, this government has taken a straightforward approach. Laws should work in practice, not just in theory. They should support safer workplaces without creating unnecessary confusion, duplication or cost. This bill reflects that approach. It maintains the core purpose of the Health and Safety at Work Act, preventing harm, but improves how the system works on the ground. It sharpens the focus on what matters most, reducing death, serious injury and illness. Importantly, this is a government that has listened. We have heard consistent feedback from across New Zealand, from workers, from small business owners and large employers, that the system has become harder to navigate than it needs to be, that too much effort can go into compliance for its own sake, rather than improving actual safety outcomes. We have taken that feedback seriously. Through consultation, engagement and roadshows, we have spoken directly with people who live and breathe health and safety every day, not just those who advise on it, but those who rely on it to keep their workplaces running and their people safe. And what we heard was clear. New Zealanders want a system that is practical, proportionate and focused on managing real risk. They want clarity about what is expected of them. And they want to be able to focus their time and resources on keeping people safe, not on navigating unnecessary complexity. This is exactly what this bill delivers. First, it strengthens the system's focus on critical risk. It makes clear that attention should be directed towards the hazards that can kill or seriously injure people, or that could cause serious illnesses, the risks that seriously change lives. By sharpening this focus, businesses can concentrate their efforts where it has the greatest impact, and regulators can target their activity more effectively. Second, it improves clarity and certainty about what is required. Clear expectations make it easier for both businesses and workers to understand their responsibilities and apply them in day-to-day settings. This supports better decision-making on the ground and greater confidence about what good practice looks like. Third, it supports a more proportionate approach across the system. What is appropriate for a large, complex operation will not always be appropriate for a small business. This bill recognises that while maintaining the same underlying objective, preventing harm, it ensures that expectations are practical and workable in different contexts. Fourth, it reduces unnecessary complexity and duplication. By improving how the frameworks fit together, businesses can focus on managing risks rather than navigating overlapping or unclear requirements. This makes the system easier to use and more effective in practice. Taken together, these changes make the work health and safety system easier to understand, easier to apply, and better focused on what matters most. This bill also reflects the priorities of this coalition government. It delivers on a clear commitment in the ACT National Coalition Agreement to reform health and safety law and regulations, and I'm pleased to have delivered on that commitment. We are committed to restoring confidence in New Zealand's regulatory systems, including the Work Health and Safety Framework. That means ensuring protections remain strong, while also ensuring obligations are clear, proportionate, and focused on managing the risks that cause the most harm. Because when systems become overly complex or unclear, that doesn't help workers and it doesn't help businesses. It can undermine confidence, create unnecessary cost, and distract from what actually keeps people safe. This government is taking a different approach. We are focused on outcomes. We are focused on enabling businesses to operate with confidence, to invest and to create jobs. And we are focused on ensuring workers have clear, effective protections that are understood and applied in practice. This bill strikes that balance. It supports businesses and workers to do the right thing. It provides greater certainty about what is expected, and it strengthens a system that is fundamental to the well-being of New Zealanders. Finally, I want to acknowledge the many New Zealanders who engaged constructively with this process. Your feedback has directly informed these changes, and that is what good lawmaking looks like. It's listening, responding, and delivering practical improvements that work in the real world. This is a forward-looking reform. It is about making our work health and safety system clearer, more effective, and better aligned with the needs of modern workplaces. And ultimately, it is about keeping New Zealanders safe. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
This debate is interrupted. The House will resume at 2 p.m. this afternoon.